Ukie as well to host this Green Games Summit and also the Green Games Awards. It's fantastic to have so many games developers in our building here today, also games companies and industry representatives. So in terms of us at the BFI and our relationship, both with sustainability and video games, so environmental sustainability is one of the core principles in the BFI's 10-year strategy, which is BFI Screen Culture 2033. And that's a 10-year vision which sets out how we're going to approach the screen sectors and how we can ensure that they thrive in a changing world. So what we've done in terms of our support for environmental sustainability is we've funded research, we've produced resources, guidance, tools and training for sustainability across cinemas, screen archives, film festivals, education and skills, as well as film and TV production. So we are also dipping our toe in terms of making sure that we can also support the video game sector. And we've begun to think about how we do that in a variety of ways for a number of years. And our work on sustainable games is growing rapidly. So we know that environmental sustainability doesn't sit within neat boundaries, and it needs collaboration, and that cuts across all sectors and all industries. So we're really, really keen to make sure that we work far closer with the games industry. This is an area where we can share ideas, pool expertise, and learn from each other and make sure that real change and sustainable change can happen. So at the BFI, we are absolutely, our core is the power of storytelling. And that, we believe, is across film, television, and also essentially, we do believe, across video games too. We believe it reaches hearts and minds, it helps us imagine better futures, and inspires action. So games in particular have this extraordinary ability to engage players in interactive worlds that can make environmental sustainability issues tangible, but also personal. And that's why today's event is just so important. It's a moment for reflection, for connection, and to celebrate progress and explore what can be done creatively, technologically, and also how we come together to solve these problems. So thanks very much to all of you who are here today. Thank you for your energy, for your creativity and your leadership. It's a real pleasure to have so many of you here at BFI South Bank. So I'm now going to hand over to Sam Barratt. Sam is Chief of the Environmental Education and Youth Unit at the UN Environment Programme and one of the leading voices behind Playing for the Planet. So Sam, over to you. Thank you.
Morning. It's so good to see you here. And I'm going to start by saying some thank yous just for all of the work that has gone into making this event happen. To all of you that have got up in the morning to be here, thank you. To everyone at BFI for allowing us to use this brilliant room, thank you. For all of the work from the Bastion team, Dan and Ross and Dean and Elisa to help make this event happen, thank you. But then also for Liquid Crimson to produce the event and getting everything together like we have here today. Then also for the team of Playing for the Planet. Louise has put so much time into this. Then also Lisa, Alex, Matt and Kerry for all the work that you do. So I'm here to represent you, not just to represent myself. So I wanted to start by saying that we have got a fairly busy schedule ahead of you, so hold on tight. We're going to run this morning to really think about what we can do to make the greatest difference with this medium. And there's some brilliant speakers talking about that. Then we'll have a break, and then there'll be a lunch after that where we'll have a chance to meet each other and build relationships, because resilience comes through from people that you can meet and have that relationship with. So this is a big part of what we want to create time for today. And then later on, there'll be the chance to stay for those that can for a drink to get to know people a bit better if you have that opportunity. So the schedule is going to be great, and George will go through that in a bit more detail. Now, I just wanted to talk a bit more about why does this matter? Why are we here? What is this all about? And I think the most important thing just to clarify is while the political context in some countries might have changed, the climate science hasn't. And if anything, the longer we leave it, the harder it gets. this inconvenient truth will become more and more inconvenient for us if we lead it longer and longer down the timeline. And so a report out by UNEP just this week shows that we need to cut emissions by 50% in the next 5 years. We are still moving too slowly, and emissions are rising at 2% a year rather than reducing. So what needs to happen is to accelerate that trajectory. And every 0.1 of a degree really, really adds up. And if we can shrink things back, we give ourselves a chance of living on a planet that we recognise today towards one that we might not recognise tomorrow. So winning slowly on climate change is just another way of losing. However, the good news is that we can see that we can make that difference. We were on track to hit a planetary boundary of about 2.8 to 3 degrees. And if all the policies that have been made are put in place by 2035, we can shrink that back to possibly 2.6. So each year, ambition, despite what we read in the media, is increasing. The transition is coming, but the pace of that change is too slow. I really think, we didn't see it this morning, but the power of the sun is one of our greatest allies in this change. And what we're seeing in countries like Pakistan is now running from what lives above them in the skies, that is kind of greening their grid. We're also seeing new battery solutions emerging that give us such good source of hope, so that we can start to transition from dirty power to clean power and really think about this technology transition that is using more and more energy to kind of bring that back, so that we're not displacing new power with clean power, but getting that balance right. The more energy efficient we are, the better the world will be. And so what we've been doing in Playing for the Planet is to really help the industry to decarbonise as fast as possible. And we think this industry can be a beacon for others to look up to. Your leadership gets observed by others. And energy efficiency is a way through which you can win the argument with CFOs, but also with players, so they can play the games they love for longer. But the power doesn't need to be 100%. It can run leaner and lighter and really make a difference for everyone. But I think for me, to build a more resilient world, I think it's about how we all come together as a network. And Playing for the Planet is really built on 2 premises. Premise 1 is collaboration. We work further and faster when we work together, and the other is acceleration. We need to be more uncomfortable around the pace that we're working at and work faster and faster and faster if we can. And being imperfect is fine right now. This isn't a time for doing the best work, it's the time for doing the fastest work. And I think the other thing I want to say is, I think just what Harriet said about the power of culture. When I was working on the Paris talks back in 2015, we saw how business pulled policy forward. I think culture can do the same. The levers of TV and film, the levers of video games, the levers of music are what makes people feel human, and they are what connects us as people to this world. And so the power of culture, I think, is one that we can try and unlock at UNEP, both with video games and music and sport, to bring these adjacent industries together so they can learn and work together where the cogs are clicking on top of each other. The last thing I want to say is, I don't think any of you have unscrewing the planet in your job description, but all of us can play that part. And there's a thing about Millicent Garrett Fawcett who talks about courage calls to courage. And I think that quote about courage being something we all need right now, to go beyond who we are, beyond what we do, and to step into places where we might not know the answers to everything, but we can ask questions. And we can work with people like us, with us, for us, to make that difference in all different parts of the organisation. We don't need to look up for permission. We often just need to ask for forgiveness and work with who we can, where they are, to make that difference. So I think this is a call for courage, and it's a call for resilience. It's a call for friendship, and it's a call for partnership, so that we can all work as one ecosystem to make that difference. So for Playing for the Planet, what we're about is, again, collaboration. Working together as a network and an ecosystem where the platforms really show what's possible. The third party, AAA, see what they can do to make that difference. Those in the mobile platforms help those making games in that domain to make them smarter, sharper, better. But really, this is about a new opportunity for a world that we want, rather than a world that will be given unless we act today. So I would like to say, again, thank you for coming here. Thank you to BFI. Thank you for all of the hard work that makes today happen. Like, it really does not happen like that. It takes a lot of work and hard work. And so thank you for everyone who's made this happen. I'll finish by saying, join Playing for the Planet if you're not already a member. There's great people that you can learn from and work with. Work with a network, build your resilience by building those relationships. And for all you have done so far, thank you. And for all you're about to do, thank you even more. And I'll hand it over to George Osborn, not that George, to talk about what we're going to go through next.
Thank you very much, Sam. And hello, everybody. I have a very important job to do today, which is to make sure that we keep to time. And unfortunately, we're already behind time. So let's crack on with stuff. So anyway, I'm George. I'm the editor of Video Games Industry Memo and the host for today. As Sam's already said, we've got a fantastic agenda ahead of us. And we're just going to take a quick look at it now. But I think the easiest way to think of it is it's about where we are now, what kind of impact we can have today, and where we're going in the future, and how we can bring everyone is with us with practical insights that are really going to make the difference. We also have to point out that we do have a lovely break in between for 15 minutes if we keep to time. So all of our speakers who want to have a coffee, you've got an incentive. There we go. Just before we go on to that first speaker, though, I just want to make sure that we flag this QR code. So this QR code is to the survey link, which is going to help us to understand how the event has gone today and where it can be improved in the future. It will take about 60 seconds to fill it out at the appropriate point. You don't have to do it right now because it's difficult to judge an event that you are still in the midst of. But if you can make sure that you do take a moment to scan it at some point in the day and give us your feedback, that would be fantastic. But I have whittled on enough already. So let me take a moment now to introduce our first speaker. And it's my pleasure to introduce the CEO of Ukie, Poole, who's going to be giving the industry's view on just how important sustainability is. Please give him a round of applause.
Amazing. Thank you, George, and good morning, everybody. It's an absolute privilege and a pleasure to be here with you this morning, occupying the slot which I think was originally designated for Ed Miliband to come and talk to us. So I apologise for not being Ed. I'll do my best to channel that energy. I also love the fact that all of us that have spoken so far have printed our notes out on paper, which I'm not sure sends quite the right starting point for today's event. But just wanted to say thank you so much for the opportunity to come and speak to everybody today. I am relatively new to this agenda, having only fairly recently joined Ukie and got more involved in Playing for the Planet, and have been so impressed and delighted to find the progress that's been made and the scale of the ambition about what's to come. A lot of our work at Ukie as the trade body for video games in the UK is inspired by the fact that we represent the world's fastest growing, arguably most impactful digital medium. I believe genuinely that video games are unprecedented as a medium in the way that they combine uniquely creativity, technology, and community. And the work that all of you do every single day reaches the hearts and the minds not only of millions of players worldwide, but billions of people, inspiring them to think differently about themselves, their relationships with their communities, and the world around them. So I think we have an extraordinary opportunity to model how a global technology-driven industry can be environmentally responsible, socially accountable, and conscious of the contribution that we can and must increasingly make to a fairer, more just, and more sustainable world. And I think there's an incredible amount. I've enjoyed learning so much about what we can do as games businesses to drive positive change. I've seen companies optimize how their games operate, whether that's live services or in other forms, making responsible and informed decisions about the deployment of AI into games, inspiring billions of players worldwide to consider their own role when it comes to climate change. It's been incredibly encouraging to see a new generation of businesses emerging. We were delighted to see the British startup Gecko securing $1.3 billion of investment. Sorry, 1.3 million, they'd love the billion, dollars of investment from the British Business Bank to develop automated tools which help reduce carbon consumption in game development by optimizing game performance. I genuinely believe that games are the perfect medium to help players of all ages to understand the impact of climate change, its causes, and its remedies. We can give players agency, we can help them understand cause and effect, and we can help them see the consequences of their actions. I've recently joined and am enjoying enormously a subreddit of players who play the Eco Lifestyle expansion pack on The Sims as they go and find abandoned buildings in The Sims and renovate them through the use of upcycled materials in-game. And it's so exciting to see people using the tools that you are building to articulate how they want to live in a better and more sustainable world. Closer to home, we have brilliant businesses like BrainSpark Games, the recent winners of investment on Dragon's Den, who are developing bite-sized GCSE-friendly games for teachers and pupils to learn more about climate and their own responsibility within climate change. So everything we do at Ukie is driven by a central belief that as an industry, we are living and working in the early days of a medium, the potential of which we've really only just begun to explore. So our strategy, Supercharged, sets out an ambition to ensure that everyone, everywhere, benefits from the social, cultural, personal and educational impact of video games. And I can't imagine a more powerful theme for us to explore than environmental change, climate change and sustainability. So we've put green sustainability in the green agenda right at the heart of that strategy, working in partnership with Playing for the Planet to encourage games businesses of all sizes and in all sectors to commit to the green agenda. Not just because we believe fundamentally that it's the right thing to do, because we believe that being accountable for our use of resources is the best way to ensure our own resilience and sustainability as games businesses. So we believe very firmly that sustainability isn't an either-or decision, and I'm looking forward to hearing more of the discussion today. At a time when games businesses everywhere are looking for ways to reduce the cost of development, to create great games while minimizing the resource load, being conscious about how we're using energy and resources, our consumption, the efficiency of our code, the balance of our supply chains are central to running a sustainable games business in the environment in which we're all operating. So that's why we're delighted to have strengthened our relationship with Playing for the Planet, providing enhanced support, administrative support and organisational backing to enable this brilliant knowledge-sharing community to come together and do more of the great work that's been achieved already. This isn't an entirely new commitment for us at Ukie. Those of you that have been working in the community for a while will know that we co-authored the Green Games Guide, which set the agenda in the industry for engaging with sustainability and tackling climate change. 5 years ago, we launched the first of these, the Green Games Summit, and we've been proud to maintain throughout the last 5 years our own commitment to mitigating the cost of our activities, including through things like sustainable travel and procurement policies for events like the UK delegation to Gamescom. So these are undoubtedly challenging times for our global games industry, and it is unquestionably at times like these that our values come under greatest strain. It has been difficult, as somebody relatively new to the industry, to see businesses of all sizes turning their focus away from progressive agendas like sustainability, diversity and inclusion. And I think these are also difficult times more generally for those of us who believe in a just, fair and inclusive society. And so at times like these, I think it's more important than ever for people like us who believe that a just transition to net zero is arguably humankind's most important collective project, that we support one another in a spirit of solidarity. That we remind ourselves, as we heard already, that creativity, storytelling, world building, the unique strengths of who we are as an industry absolutely hold the key to modelling a better future for our own world. So I think, from today, our message is that it's more important than ever that we come together as encouraging and supporting the industry as a whole, not to lose sight of some very simple truths. There is no planet B. We are the people that we've been waiting for to do something about this. Games have a tremendous and unexplored potential for good, and future generations will hold us to account for how we acted in these days to avert a global climate crisis. So I'm looking forward to the conversations that come forward today. On behalf of Ukie, I would like to say a huge thank you to the brilliant team at Playing for the Planet. It's an inspirational, a vital, a very important programme for all of us for positive change in our industry. And we're delighted to do everything we can at Ukie to support it. Thank you so much for your time. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much for that, Nick. We're now going to move on to a series of 3 short talks on the topics of where are we now. We're going to have 3 speakers giving some thoughtful exploration and case studies on the latest activity and initiatives that are combating climate change in games, but also in other screen sectors, so we can learn from them too. So first up, can we please welcome to the stage Professor Kieren Mayers. He is the Vice President of Environmental, Social and Governance at Sony Interactive Entertainment, and that's within the division that's responsible for PlayStation's gaming products and services. Let's give Kieren a round of applause.
Good morning, everybody. It's great to see you 5 years in. Those of you who are new, those of you who've been in the journey, I read this book, Moral Ambition, and that says that in order to start a movement, it starts small. And the key thing is that someone asks you to act. And that gentleman here is Sam Barratt, who came to us 5 years ago and said, we'd like you to develop a VR app on climate change and join us. So we all trundled off to United Nations. And this is not about competing. This is a global challenge. So we want gaming and this industry to make a difference. We believe that we can inspire change. That's why we're here. So I want to talk about some of those results. And 2019, we're in the UN headquarters in New York, quite a momentous moment. And my suit didn't fit. So I had to buy a new suit because Sam said this is a diplomatic environment. We must wear suits, not T-shirts, stuff like that. And there was a rumbling, a dispute. Everyone disagreed. There was a discussion. I thought, well, I've got my suit. And everyone agreed, let's wear T-shirts. And Sam said, OK, T-shirts. So I was there with my new suit with a T-shirt on. Turned up in the morning. Everyone was wearing suits, apart from my friend here from SYBO, Mathias. And that's the other thing. So you need to be prepared to be controversial and make a difference and do things differently. Everyone had texted, all the executives have texted each other in the night and chickened out. But Mathias, respect. Here we are. So 5 years in, I believe that progress is about action and results. So I really want to show you the results. And this alliance and our actions are really starting to take a difference. And I hope to convince you of that. So how are we changing? So these are the 4 challenges that, let me stand by the mic. These are the 4 challenges that United Nations Playing for the Planet Alliance asked us to do. So we rally to reduce our carbon impact. We need to do that as an industry. We share our learnings, our experience, our knowledge. We're inspiring action through the games towards our gamers, and we're exploring the future. What strategies do we need, and what iteration, what learning do we undertake and improve? So here's the various events and pictures that we've been participating in. Many of you here, but certainly myself. Back in 2019, the Climate Action Summit, COP25 in Madrid, in Glasgow, COP20. What was that? Whichever, COP26, and COP28 in Dubai. And we actually went also to UNEA 6 in Nairobi, the lesser heard of environment event, which has a lot of ministers and things there. So we really have been participating in the machinery and events of UN, and it's been really interesting. So our target within Sony is to achieve net zero by the year 24,020. No, we can do it. I'm off on the backs of everybody here. I don't know how that was. That's by 2000 that's 2040. And there's various targets to get it on the way. This is approved and certified by the Science Based Targets Initiative. So it's not just us saying this. We've been audited, scrutinized. I won't go into details on the targets. You can see them, but there are various milestones along the way. And that's how it looks. This is our carbon roadmap, calculated quite forensically, looking at the entire life cycle, all the impact of the studios, of our operations, of our logistics, of our manufacturing, of our consoles and use in homes, of their disposal, of their recycling. Everything's there. If you're interested in this, Dr. Joshua Aslan is here somewhere. There he is. And he's sort of our genius on this. But basically, you can see it's not a straight line. Why? Because we're seasonal. You know, we sell games, consoles, and then we may launch another thing and another thing and another thing. That's the history. I'm not revealing any secrets here, but we've basically just extrapolated that line into the future. We've added in all our improvements in life cycle and technology that we expect. The end I've muddied a bit because I haven't released any confidential data here, but suffice to say, we've mapped out we can achieve the necessary 90% reduction, because that's the SBTi standard, by 2040, not 2020. And so we can get there. And the various steps along the way of how we get there are listed there. So we've introduced very efficient rest modes on the console. We've introduced adaptive charging, which improves the charging efficiency of the console. And I think in the last couple of months, we've now launched Power Saver mode that, when enabled for games that use it, can reduce the power consumption of the console by around 50%. So there are various things that we're doing, and also the improved efficiency of power production also helps us along the way. So that is how it looks. That's a real road to zero. That's how it looks. It's messy, it's complicated, but it's real. We've been working then and sharing that knowledge within this alliance, and so we participate in the Carbon Working Group. So we've been active supporting the Carbon Calculator tool that's just been released, and we've also been helping to write the guidance on how to do the greenhouse gas calculations. And this is backed by active research. So I've copied at least one of the papers here. We've had 4 doctorates sponsored within the team, at least 5 different peer-reviewed academic publications. So this is real substantive work in trying to figure out how we calculate this stuff and how we make sense of it. And again, if you're interested in that work, Josh is here. So next, I'm going to let this do the talking.
Experts tell us that the Earth's climate is rapidly changing, presenting a real and major threat to our future. But the causes and effects can be hard to comprehend. Introducing Climate Station. See for yourself how much the climate has changed over the last century. Discover what is causing these changes and the effects they're having on the natural world. Find out what the world could be like in the future if we tackle climate change quickly, and what could happen if we don't. We cannot solve a problem without first understanding it. So, let's begin our journey of exploration. Welcome to Climate Station.
So this is what Sam asked to do 5 years ago. Yes. We've also been engaging in research in building, restoring ecosystems. So we have the Forest of Aloy, which is the game Horizon Forbidden West. So we've planted, I think, 740,000 trees. These are not just trees, entire ecosystems. And we're engaging in research in biosensing to try and understand forest health and things like this. So this is using our brands and technology to help promote ecological restoration. I won't steal the University of Oxford's thunder because they're also here to present. We've also engaged with them. We've developed a game with Media Molecule Studio specifically for research purposes that is looking at how gaming can actually inspire change. And we're looking here at real behavior change. This research takes a leap forwards in what's known versus what's previously known before. I won't steal their thunder. They're presenting later. So to conclude, we certainly have been looking and you can see how we've been decarbonising and continue to work on decarbonising. We're looking at initiatives to inspire change in our gaming. We've been sharing our resources and tools, and we're certainly looking towards what that future looks like. Okay, done.
Thanks very much, Kieren. Looking forward to hitting our targets by the year 24,000. But we could do it. We could do it. But no, thank you so much. That was such an inspiring talk. And it now gives me great pleasure to introduce Deborah Mensah-Bonsu, who leads corporate social responsibility at Supercell, to talk about their work. So please give her a round of applause.
Hi, everyone. Great to be here. I thought there was a clicker, but I don't think there is. So let's see if I can make this work. What? There we go. I can do it. Great. So, as George mentioned, I'm Deborah, and I run social impact at Supercell, which includes our sustainability initiatives. And at Supercell, we're really always thinking about our players first. We're kind of always asking ourselves the question, who are we trying to serve? And for us, that's our players. They're our North Star. So everything that we do at the company always has to be in service to them. And I only have 10 minutes, but like Kieren, I'm going to tell a little story first. And this is kind of what a typical morning can look like for me, right? I have my cup of coffee. This is a real picture of a real coffee. That D is for Deborah. Second picture, maybe not so real, who knows? But yeah, I have my morning coffee, and then naturally I pick up my phone and I check out what's going on in the world, and I'm kind of inundated often with pretty bleak information. There's wildfires or droughts, or there's famine. There's a climate crisis going on. And, I think we've all noticed that things are not going so well. And so naturally, I'm kind of looking for a way to escape. And so I pick up one of my favorite games, Hay Day, and I go in there and everything makes sense. Everything is harmonious. Nothing bad ever happens in Hay Day, right? And I am just one of billions of people who are having that same experience every single day all over the world when they're engaging in games and they're looking for ways to escape. And over here, this is actually the Supercell context. So in the lobby in our Helsinki headquarters, we have this live interactive map where we can see all of our players who are playing our games worldwide. So all these little lights that are blinking, they represent the millions of people who are playing our games. This was clearly shot by me on my phone, like yesterday, so not as great production quality as the video that Kieren showed. But for us, that's about 250 million players every single month that are playing our games across 6 of our live titles, games that you've probably heard of, like Clash of Clans and Clash Royale, Brawl Stars, Hay Day. And all of those games, they are made by just under 900 of us, and we're distributed in offices, again, all across the world. So we have our HQ in Helsinki, we have San Francisco office, Seoul, Shanghai, and then we just recently opened a London studio here as well this year. And all of us have come together for this one goal or this one purpose. And this is our dream at Supercell, to create great games that as many people as possible play for years and that are remembered forever. But like any dream, there's a cost to this dream, right? And there's, of course, time cost, maybe people resource cost, money, but there's also an environmental cost for this dream. And for us, that stacks up to about 40,000 tons of CO2 emissions every single year. And naturally, we try to take accountability for that and are responsible for that. So there are certain things that we have done over the years or are currently doing. So we are also founding members of Playing for the Planet and have been active there since 2019. Anyone who's still on the fence in the room or watching online, really want to give you a subtle nudge to come join us. It's a great community of practice and also of accountability. We do account for 200% of our footprint through carbon removal projects or conservation projects. And as many people in the room, we're also in the throes of our CSRD process. But we actually see this as a really great opportunity to be able to chart a future-facing sustainability strategy rather than just ticking a bunch of boxes. And then we're also looking into our cloud infrastructure and the energy efficiency there. And if we take a bit of a closer look at our emissions, you can see that the majority is not because of our business travel, though we do travel a lot because we are a global company, or our office space, but it's actually our scope 3. So it's the players that play our games. That's where the majority of our emissions actually come from. And so we do also account for 100% of our player footprint. And we're looking at ways to try to meaningfully kind of put a dent into that on a technical level. But we actually think it's also really important to try to meet our players on a human level. And so when I come back to this example, right, inundated with all of these quite negative things, we go to games to escape, but we're not actually just going to games to escape, right? We are actually going there to make choices that we feel like matter, to have a sense of control, to make a meaningful impact. And it's the same as what Nick was talking about earlier. It's really about agency. So we're not just going to games to escape. We're going there for agency. And when we try to tackle some of these very bleak problems that are happening in the real world and we bring them into the games, we can help our players feel like they're making a difference and then extend their agency from the game back into the real world. And so, because players say it way better than I ever could, I'm just going to read this quote from one of our players. And they say, "From extreme weather to the loss of precious wildlife, the signs are clear. This isn't just an environmental issue, it's a human issue. As part of the vast and passionate gaming community, I'm joining my voice with millions of others who are all in for nature. We spend countless hours building worlds, solving complex problems, and collaborating to achieve shared goals in virtual spaces. And now we're bringing that same dedication and collective spirit to the real world." This is an example of what we did last year for the Green Game Jam in the game Heyday. We engaged nearly 6 million players, and we focused on food sustainability and trying to encourage our players to try plant-based recipes. So they engaged in game, and then they also tried to create these recipes in real life for their friends and families. This was this year. This was our Let It Be campaign focused on bee and pollinator conservation. We conserved more than 1 million square feet of bee habitat. We also had more than 500,000 hits to our, we call it Give Back website. So it's where players can find out more about the cause, about the organizations that we're partnering with. They can figure out what they can do in their everyday lives. And we had thousands of messages come in, like the one that I read you earlier. And over the years, and some of these campaigns actually predate the Green Game Jam, we've engaged more than 30 million players in these topics, and we've donated more than $1 million to different environmental projects or causes. And I should say also that this is not including any of our corporate activity, right? So any of our accounting, any corporate giving, any corporate partnerships, this is purely what we're doing through our player campaigns. And we've been very fortunate to win some awards for some of the work that we've done in our games, which we're, of course, very proud of. And this is not shade to UNEP at all, because we have won UNEP's choice. But that's actually not the award that actually really drives us internally. Can you guess what the award is that really means something to us internally? It's this one, Player's Choice. And Heyday won this for the first time last year. And this is what really motivates us internally to do more. And it's people who say things like this. So again, a player that says, "I love Heyday, and now that they're helping a good cause, I love it more. Keep up the good work. I'm very proud of you." So that is the highest praise that anyone who is working on our games can receive. And this is the kind of thing that is the catalyst for us to do more. So while the Green Game Jam can be one-off campaigns, especially within Heyday, we've now started incorporating purpose into play in a more meaningful way. So we have seasonal cadences of campaigns that are running all the time. And for us, I think if there's any learning that comes out of this, it's not just about trying to educate our players, right? But it's actually about how we can try to give them hope and really connect with their humanity. So thanks. That's me.
Thanks very much for that talk. I think it's a real reminder that what happens within the ocean of play washes up on the shores of reality. So really, really important to get that point across. But as one final talk before we move into the panel, I'd like to take this opportunity to welcome Sarah Cox, the founder of consultancy Neutral Human and CCO at Stage Precision, who's going to be talking about something that's not in games, but in the adjacent sector of live events and virtual production technology, which should hopefully give us a great alternative perspective. So please give Sarah a round of applause.
Thank you. Good morning. I'd like to thank the BFI for giving me the opportunity to come in and talk to you today, because it is actually the left field conversation of just representing what we're doing in an adjacent industry of screen and the live entertainment world as well. So I'm actually a technologist. I come from building product, building software, building workflows that really change the game for us in events and productions that we're creating. And really, I sit at this kind of unique intersection of what's happening across the industry right now, which is an amalgamation of the experience economy, which is things that we make in studio environments, things we make for a live experience, and also your immersive experiences in spaces. But it's the technology at the heart of that really drives where I come from. And I wanted to talk to you today about the virtual production industry and what we're doing for screens and also for the live entertainment world to actually be able to have more sustainable practice through production and asset creation, which is a lot of learnings that we've had over the last 7 to 8 years in that. Virtual production to us it's not just a creative tool, it is fundamentally a powerful sustainability strategy. And we spent 7 years actually doing a lot of work showing this time and time again about the benefits and carbon reduction that can come to the film and screens industry in working in virtual production environments. And we're starting to deliver today real measurable reductions in carbon usage in the screens industry. There's a lot more work to do, but we'll talk about that at the end. So film and TV do have a carbon problem, although at the moment I'd like to give a shout out to Julie's Bicycle and also Albert Sustainable Productions, who do a lot of work around particular spaces of reusable set and construction practice techniques. But actually travel and fuel accounts for 50% of the screens industry's emissions, physical sets that are being created, lots of waste comes out of that, even with the good work that organisations are doing to reuse asset, and it goes to landfill. Global shoots require teams to come from all over the world, so that's freight and trucks and generators and all the lovely other high costly production things going on. So you'll recognise The Mandalorian. This is sort of known as the benchmark moment of virtual production technology, but it was happening before that. But there's a greater understanding of what the benefits are of shooting in a LED real environment for production because of The Mandalorian. So virtual production, when applied to the screens industry, really does change this equation in the fewer flights, trucks, transportation, logistics argument. No generator farms. This is a big thing as well. And also the location is happening in the stage, so everything is happening instantaneously rather than all of the costs it takes to fly all around the world through production. But the big benefits are, it's not just greener. We can say to production companies, it's actually faster. It has other benefits as well. So in your LED volumes, you can control lighting, you can control the weather, which you certainly can't do on location. Multiple locations can be shot in a single day. And actors, they love it. They really like to be immersed in these virtual production environments. It has a benefit creatively as well. So we talk about set and material waste, traditional sets consisting of all of these materials, and it mostly ends up in landfill. Whereas the virtual sets that we create in game engine technology like Unreal Engine or Unity, these are endlessly reusable. So an investment in time and creativity to make these assets has a much longer legacy of life for reuse. I would say as well that we're looking at where do we take those assets next. So rather than just making something for a particular film, that asset can have a life past that. And this is a good example of Coronation Street. I don't know if we've got any Coronation Street fans. But reusing assets to shoot high-end television as well. This shot would never have been possible on an actual rooftop for safety factors and all other reasons. But a game engine environment can be used in the background that gives us that opportunity to do high-end television as well. This is one of my favourites, the 1899 Netflix film. This was 30 sets a day that were coming out of a German studio. 30% of the series was actually shot using virtual production. So this is a huge carbon saver. In fact, if we look at hybrid, virtual production where we do maybe 30 to 40% in virtual and the rest of it on location. That in itself is significant carbon savings to get us closer to net zero as an industry. But really looking at what lessons have we learned in assets. So to shoot in a volume, you cannot run whole world gaming environments. It's impossible because we work at such scale and with such a vast amount of pixels that the signal chain and the data chain that we need to use in those LED environments, we have to really consider what it is that we're creating in the virtual realm that's going to be reused in the real LED environment. So we have to focus on where is that power and that creativity needed when we create content. We don't need these high fidelity worlds. And as I said, they simply won't run in the volume. So this is a shot of what we would call the outer frustum and the inner frustum. So the inner frustum is highlighted in light blue, and that's actually the in-camera VFX. So that's what the camera's seeing, what the camera's rendering. That's what we care about. And all of the money and all of the power and all of the high-fidelity GPU is all going to go into that asset creation. The rest of the volume is actually what we call outer frustum, which is just there for atmospherics. It's there to provide light into the scene so that we can reflect off of objects and glassware and set. It's there to provide content baking into our environment. So we're going to not spend any time on that outer frustum, but making sure that it gives us the light output that we need. And all of our energy goes into that middle piece to make sure we can run these worlds real time. This is an example of a project that I was working with Beijing Olympics, a studio called Frey Studio who actually created this content. We were the technology engine behind it. This is a great example of creating assets for the purpose. So at the end of the day, when we're working in a virtual production broadcast stage, we want something that looks as high fidelity as possible. But we can't build these high fidelity worlds and have detail in every single corner because, as I said, we can't run that real time in the LED environment. So we go through like a grey boxing. Where are the presenters actually going to be in this 360 virtual world? Where do we need to spend our time? Then we run a first pass. So what's the time of day going to be? Let's get some feelings around the atmospherics of these studio shots. Then we run another level of detail. So where we develop the textures, we're developing the lighting in the scene. And then finally, we end up with the final pass of what that's going to look like. And in the bottom corner, you can see what the broadcast quality feed looks like. So as I said, we're not creating these big virtual worlds of high fidelity detail across the whole world. It's where do we need it? Where do we need to apply the money and the energy and the resources of the GPU power to go to those particular shots? And that's where we focus all our work in on. And then we're looking at really like the virtual asset production world is about driving cross-industry sustainability as well. So yes, we can make assets for mixed reality from game engines, but we can also use them in augmented reality. And this has an impact on, this is a great example of an NFL sport with an AR overlay in the in fan entertainment. But then we've also got in the live event sector, this is a real live entertainment show for the EWC in Riyadh. A couple of years ago. It's a live event environment, but we're using the gaming characters straight out of the game. That's the content that we're reusing in the live production. We're using API, and I was involved in the technology company who's actually creating that backbone for the API data, which means we can bring in all of the triggers from the game engine to trigger our real world live entertainment environment. So we're reusing these assets. Nothing is going to waste in the virtual realm. And I really believe that as we expand this virtualized asset creation world, that we will have life of these assets in all sorts of environments, from sports broadcasts to location-based experiences and far and beyond. So that's really exciting to see the legacy of these assets that are being created. We're also using these assets as digital twins in sustainability and event production. So there are huge wins, not just for storytelling, but also building out digital twins of stadiums so that we can simulate audiences, their engagement, live event planning can kind of happen all simultaneously. So there's lots of purpose of building out digital twin tools as well for us in the entertainment industry. But it all still needs work. We're only after sort of 8 years, we're only really understanding with some great reports from Studio Ulster about virtual production. We're only understanding really what is good and what is bad. There's a lot more work needs to be done. For example, LED manufacturing to create these LED products mostly comes out of China, and we don't know a lot about that and the sustainability of reusing those tiles and the components that goes into these stages. We all know cloud rendering needs renewable energy reporting, so we all actually know what we're using and what the impact of that is. And also carbon measurement tools for our industry is needed, so that we actually can all be monitoring it with the same numbers and the same benchmarks. So finally, I just goes to say what we're doing in the screens industry has a real big picture value. The virtual production world of creating in studio, it really does cut travel, construction waste, reshoots and power use. It's being proved right now. It is our most sustainable practical route to net zero in the screens production industry. And this sustainability comes from workflow change. It comes from understanding it's not post VFX. It needs to happen in pre. We all need to understand where we're moving and shifting our creative pipeline in order to make better production. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much for that, Sarah. And I think that's a really good reminder as well for everyone in the room that video games aren't just this standalone industry. They're a force multiplier that can have enormous benefits amongst the games themselves, but also the technologies that we use. So always keep those things in mind. But now we're going to move on to our first panel of the day, and we're going to be having a quick chat. Well, actually, not too quick chat, because we're well on time, about why sustainability matters in terms of businesses and the bottom line. So if we could welcome our panelists to the stage and give them a round of applause. There we go.
Thank you.
There we go. Oh, Maria. Polite as always, I've got to say. So I'm going to lean in and ask our panellists to introduce themselves, because who better to do so? So we'll start at the end and work our way back down.
Mathias Gredal Nørvig, CEO of SYBO, mostly known for Subway Surfers. The most downloaded game in the world, proudly so, and very determined, back to Kieren's words, of how do we make the gaming experience something more than just fun. So the nutritional value of gaming is super important to us as a studio. We are 135 people in Copenhagen. Were bought by Miniclip under Tencent 3 years ago. And the whole sort of healthy gameplay and how do we keep inspiring good habits is a big part of our agenda. We are trying to make other games. It's hard when you have such a blockbuster because, of course, the benchmark for what a good game looks like is hard to match when we have still 13 years after launch 1 million daily installs. We entertain between 100 and 150 million people every month. So we take a lot of pride in how do we keep that alive and fresh, and then at the same time how do we use the power we have to inspire others to do as much as possible.
I'm María Sayans. I am CEO at ustwo Games. Do you have any of my ustwo Games? Oh, there you are, Jane! So we are a London-based studio. We're just under 40 people. Our biggest franchise is Monument Valley. So we've done Monument Valley 1, 2, and recently 3. And that franchise has been played by over 160 million people worldwide, but we also made other games like Alba, a wildlife adventure, Assemble with Care, Desta, Memories Between, and we are a B Corp. I think I keep saying we're like the first games company, pure games company that became a B Corp, but yeah. But I don't know if there's like 100%. There might have been somebody before us. But anyway, so we became a B Corp back in, Jane, help me, 2019? Yes, thank you. In 2019, and we've just done, so we've recertified again in 2022, and we just renewed our certification. Being a B Corp means that as a company, we are committed to using the power of business for positive impact on people and planet. So we hold profit, people, and planet on equal consideration. Yeah, I'll leave it there for the intro.
Oh, fantastic. And I think you've started to already get us towards sustainability, why it matters in terms of the games industry, why it matters towards your businesses. But I kind of want to take a step back first, because as business leaders, you've chosen to make sustainability a priority. So why does it matter to you personally?
I think the world needs it. I was raised very normatively by two very left-wing parents who said if you should do what you should contribute according to skill and you should receive according to need. So the whole sort of I think Pippi Longstocking had a quote that if you're incredibly strong, you have to be incredibly kind. I think she even precedes Superman or Spider-Man. Has a similar quote. I've felt privileged in all of my life. I'm a Caucasian male born in the right country. There's a lot of fights that other people in the world are fighting that I don't have to fight. So I think I feel a privilege, but also a huge obligation in that when I die at 80 or 90, I need to look back and see that we were profitable, successful, commercial, global, but also that we did add nutritional value and more purpose than just that. So I think it hasn't ever been a choice for me. It feels natural that from any stage I sit, regardless the topic, sustainability and diversity are part of my vocabulary.
Of course.
For me personally, it hasn't been as steady as that. There's been more ups and downs. I remember being a teenager and hearing about Save the Whales and think, what did the whales ever do for me? I've always loved, I think I became more conscious studying economics and being exposed to the idea of externalities and suddenly not being able to sleep for like 2 months. Like, oh my God, the world is full of externalities and I have never seen them before. And particularly, the natural world realizing that it does not have a voice that we can hear easily, that its voice is heard over a long period of time and we cannot see those systems. And I think I became much more aware of that. So for me, it connects with a sense of responsibility for being a corporate and personal citizen, a good corporate and personal citizen, and it fits within that context. So it's a sense of responsibility, and then the realization that we as game makers have power, whether we want it or not. And so every day you have a choice what to do with that power. So for me, it fits into that. And sometimes I'm very inspired by it, and I feel like, yeah, we can do it, and it's going to be amazing. And sometimes it feels more like a slog. So lots of ups and downs, but it feels more within this sense of responsibility.
Yeah, absolutely.
And then I think it's some people, when they become CEOs, they tend to forget what they also fought for.
Yeah.
So I think Maria is a great example. I do my best. We have other cases as well where the more of an executive agenda we can make it, the more we can hopefully also inspire. We have to remember that this topic is super person-driven. Yeah. So if it hadn't been for Trista's report or Jude's Play Nice dinner or for Sam's efforts, we wouldn't have had Playing for the Planet. If it hadn't been for Kieren's great work, also Neil at Take-Two, some of the bigger corporates supporting with initiatives, there isn't an alliance. So we also really need to sort of keep saying even John Erner, who helped with the Green Game Jam.
Yeah.
There's so many that have done a lot of great work, which is carrying it. And if we as CEOs can help inspire others to talk about it, because it's also promoted or gets the megaphone, then I'm happy to do so.
Yeah, absolutely. Because I think often when people think about the influence that games can have on the way people think or act in society, people maybe narrowly just look at the game itself and the massive audience that it's got. And obviously that's a great thing to think about. But games sit at the middle of these deeply interconnected social ecosystems, and values and messages and aesthetics from games are able to multiply out of those into the real world. And so you have an enormous amount of power, an enormous amount of influence. But exactly as you were just saying there, you have individuals who are willing to take the first step, to bring people together, to convene things. But then even if those individuals are able to do it within the context of a coalition or an alliance, they still have to go back to their business and win the argument internally. So, Maria, when you were having these conversations at ustwo as well, now, I've met most of the ustwo team. I'm imagining you didn't have to win too many arguments there to get people on board. But as a small growing business that has to be thinking really carefully about how you use your time and resource, how were you able to work with the team to make sustainability essentially part of ustwo's bloodstream without compromising your core business?
Yeah, so I think that that goes back to us becoming a B Corp, which was not just about the environmental impact, but it was about just wanting to use our force as a business for good. And once we did that, we aligned our shareholders with our employees and our leadership team, and it became a long-term commitment. That gave us a lot of the kind of the language and the rhythm and just like the conversation. It made sure that we had that we were measuring our impact, establishing clear commitments, talking about it with everybody, and then giving us the framework to make decisions. So I think being a B Corp really helped us in aligning everybody. Also empowering our employees to challenge decisions and ask questions. Because once you've stood up and you've said, hey, this is our journey now, this is the commitment that we're making, then people can hold you accountable. So I think that's been a great sort of structure or way to hold us along the way. But yeah, it's there's moments when it comes to either choosing the theme of a game or choosing how you even articulate those themes in the game, and choosing how you know whether you travel and how you travel. There is so many times that and so often that you have to renew that commitment and evaluate the impact. So I think transparency, making sure that you've got strong advocates, and I think you talk about sort of the CEO leadership as being really, really important. That is true. It's fundamental there. But it's not just the CEO. I mean, I've had Jennifer, that I see also in the audience, being a great advocate, and Jane and Angel. I don't know if she's here. Oh, there she is. So there's once you create that space and people feel like, okay, I can bring my own passion to this, and I can commit to it, and I can see the journey. Then you've got more, it is more resilient because it isn't just depending on one person.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you can write your values down, but you actually have to live them every day to actually make them come true, realize the true vision behind them. And Mathias as well, just to talk about that diplomatic exercise. So the context of ustwo, again, one of my favorite studios probably in the world. Lovely team, wonderful team. I would say everyone in your business is extraordinarily aligned in the way that you see the world. I'm sure SYBO has a similar company culture, but you've obviously got a much bigger business, you've got a much bigger team to think about. And so that means that you as someone might be driving it from the top and you might be encouraging this, but how do you actually bring your team with you? How do you make sure that your staff are always thinking about this too? Because every single person from the most junior member of your team all the way up to you has to be on this mission. So what have you done to create and foster that culture?
So I'm happy to say that we had Jennifer first. So Jennifer was an amazing advocate because I completely agree that, of course, me saying that it should be a CEO agenda is to amplify the great work of the teams that should be passionate about this, and the efforts that Jennifer drove when she was at SYBO. Celia, our head of player experience right now. There are definitely the advocates and I would even say activists within the organization. We're a big enough company, we operate globally. We are first and foremost a commercial company. So we have our targets, we want to be successful. And within that, we have 135 employees that basically cover the spectrum. So I also have a handful of people who every year say in the engagement survey, why are we doing anything? Can we just make money? Can we just make players have fun and just enjoy the game experience? Why is this? Why are we spending time on this? At the far extreme, the other way, we have people who say we should not make $1. Can we just make more climate? And I have to sort of acknowledge both and say that yes, for those who say they just want to make players enjoy the game and spend more time or money in a game, that's fine. Do that. Some other people in the studio will balance that out. And for the most activist that says, well, why are we even flying to conferences? Why am I coming to London to speak here? I believe I have more impact by doing so. And if we go down that route, then can you really play on a smart device that has conflict minerals from Congo? Yeah. What if your clothes is produced in another country than where you come from? So we also have to say that the worst thing you can do is make kids, right? Then you make the issue bigger. So so how do we find the balance between the sort of what's possible and how do we inspire within what we have to do as much as possible?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that question around trade-offs as well is a really interesting one, because I think, generally speaking, when I've spoken to businesses around issues like sustainability, people have tended to look towards the challenges first rather than the potential upsides at the other end of things. Because, I mean, everything that I've heard from my work, essentially auditing the Alliance each year, is that businesses who take this really seriously see some real benefits from their players in terms of level of engagement, level of happiness, and even just amongst, frankly, their own staff and their own businesses. Like they really get that. So, Maria, I mean, in terms of, from your perspective, looking at like the business case for this, what's been the business case for you internally within ustwo for all of the work you've done within the sustainability space?
A couple of different things. So purely from a sort of business and / cynical perspective, what we did with Alba, where we really dialed up the environmental theme around it, gave the creative of the game and the creatives of the game sort of a way to really bring all the different elements of it together. So it made it a better game. It made it more connect more with users. And then particularly what we did with planting trees, planting a tree for every copy of the game, was ultimately probably the best marketing spend we did, because it made sure that we were regularly featured on the App Store, that we had milestones that we could deliver on our story of telling, like, oh, look, you know, we're halfway through our goal of planting 1 million trees. And so from a very cynical perspective, that's one benefit. You can engage with an audience, you can bring that audience on a journey with you, and so they feel like they're part of a story, which for a single player game, very often that is not a live services game. You launch and everybody forgets about it. So that's one element of it, and something that we've replicated, or we've tried to replicate in different ways with, for example, with Monument Valley 3, where we were looking at the impact of floods and how to sort of bring awareness about the relationship between environmental change and floods, and bring flood relief to communities affected by it. So that's one side, is the engagement with the community and the engagement with players. And then the other side is employees being proud of the work that they do and giving them a sense of purpose. Very often, once we pick a theme, or once we find a theme that it's the connection between that game and the real world, it's just really energizing as well for the studio. It becomes something that, oh, what could we do this and what could we do that? And it excites people's imagination, not just the sense of pride, but also their curiosity. So those tend to be quite And then the more boring side of it is that we're in an environment in which every games company is being asked to be more efficient and sustainable from a cost basis. So you're building the same muscle. It's, how are you thinking about using the resources that you have sustainably? Well, it applies to the environment, but it's the same muscle and the same thinking and the same attitude of doing more with less that cuts across everything else that you do. So I think it really helps. It kind of imbues the culture with sustainability.
Yeah, and I think especially when we have looked at what's been going on within the games market more broadly, and we've been seeing as the industry itself hits this maturity and we move out of this phase of, say 8 or 9% growth each year towards just above inflation, actually having businesses who are thinking sustainability in terms of sustainability in all aspects of their work, you're going to have that advantage in terms of your overall running costs and efficiency because people are going to be thinking about that. But as you say as well, you're going to be able to captivate staff to be drawn towards you. You're going to be able to essentially create a story around your business and your games that stand out within a hyper-competitive market. And actually, when you start reaching maturity as well, the real benefit of a mature market is you can target audiences more specifically. You can reach out to them and engage them. And so there's a huge amount of benefits there, particularly for a business like us too. But I think with SYBO as well, you've got the other end of it, which is you've got the massive game, the huge hit, the enormous audience that you can reach all of the time. But then you have the challenges of games as a service, as a business model. So what are the business benefits to you in terms of, say, for example, every year the Green Game Jam coming around? How does that help support the work your team is doing to find interesting, engaging ways to engage players across the year?
I also want to answer that. I was just riffing on what Maria was saying.
Please do.
But I think definitely attracting talent, retaining talent, also the whole momentum towards getting Apple and Google, Steam and so forth interested in featuring and giving it. Every game company is trying to be found, so discoverability is a huge issue. If we can make green a factor there, then that's super valuable. We can see that we have been able to attract amazing talent. I also see two former colleagues in the crowd, other than Jennifer Murari in DC, who broke out to now make a climate game, which I'm super excited about. And I think the more we can push that, the more we also have an advantage in hiring. It's hard to get people to Copenhagen. The climate is just as poor as it is in London. Yeah. So we don't have the power of the sun either. But how can we show that we have the vibrant office? How can we show we're doing something that makes more sense or has more purpose? Is definitely a thing. For the wider player base of sort of encouraging them to be interested in this, we are preaching to the choir in our 100 to 150 million MAU. We have definitely a portion that loves everything we do on climate or on pride. They engage more with those posts. They're happy. But of course, there's also the other side of the extreme, which is that and I call them Russian trolls or conservative soccer moms in the US that says, don't show my kid anything gay or anything too green. That's political. I actually believe it just to be humanistic. So there is also that balance. We definitely are seeing a shift in sustainability not being used as a word. Now it's resilience. We're seeing that pride is not as popular. Now it becomes mental health. Accessibility is a topic. And of course, we're also navigating that because if we shout too loud, so we lose the platform, was it worth it? Yeah. Or do we want to shout something slightly less provocative to more people? That's a balance we have ongoing.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think it's a really interesting contrast, actually, because, you mentioned the Russian perspective. So I've been doing a lot of research around how autocracies try to co-opt video games. And one of the big things that they do is they're very aggressive about it. You know, they use law to essentially guarantee what kind of games content their audiences are seeing, and they're willing to kind of ram raid the space and do what they can to dominate it. And that presents a real challenge to people who have more democratic worldviews. But it seems to be that actually the secret to success in almost every single one of these sort of quote unquote democratic or progressive pushes is that if you build the alliance and you build it steadily over time with everyone involved, you can reach much, much further than those people can, because their entire thing around control doesn't resonate with the most important people of all, which is the players, because it's the grassroots up that really makes what the games industry is. And so I think just in terms of this final thing about why sustainability matters, before I'm going to throw open to probably one question, I reckon, from the room, is what has been the tangible impact of your work on your player base? You know, what have you seen in terms of their responses that have really suggested to you that actually, having had this commitment, it's been good for your business? It's also been good for the world, right, Maria?
Yeah. I think the most direct impact that we can talk about there is I keep going back to Alba because I think that's where we were more explicit. Anything that we do on Monument Valley is always a little bit more symbolic or a little bit more abstract. But on Alba, it's a more sort of direct experience, a more literal experience. And so it was the testimonies that we have from players about how it has connected, you know, parents and children, love for, you know, exploring nature, identifying different animals, and a sense of empowerment. What Deborah was talking about, agency, reconnecting with that sense of agency and that sense of kind of possibility. That I would say that's like the strongest, most direct feedback that we've had from players in terms of making a real difference in their lives.
Absolutely. And I think as well, to Mathias as well, just to talk about SYBO's work, I know as well that in terms of work over the past year in the Green Game Jams, that you were working as well with academics to really understand not just can you reach players, but how do you make those activations as effective as possible. So what's been the impact of your work on your player base, but also in terms of the wider understanding about how we can start to reach people with pro-environment messages, something we'll hear more about later today?
I think the campaign I thought was most fun or most exciting was actually the one where Heyday won the prize. So hats off to them, was that you collected vegetables on your run, and then we would inspire people to try a plant-based diet. Not saying you shouldn't eat meat, but have you tried what's your country's best plant-based alternative? So that was actually in-game picking up the ingredients for a plant-based burger. I think for me it has been super meaningful that we elevate the discussion to the UN level. So UNEP was of course leading the way, UNDP, where we're doing the great project together with Planet Play. We are seeing that both UNICEF and World Food Program is also seeing that they should talk more through games, and that means that we start having decision makers. One interesting thing that a Danish study showed was that 1983 is the birth year where if you're older than that, games came later than your normative years.
Yeah.
If you're younger than that, games are a part of your natural entertainment space or sort of leisure time space. And that means that the decision makers in the world are actually also making that shift now, that they actually know games, so we can start talking about it also at a legislative level. I think the policies right now are super important, that we start seeing that they actually also have a role to make the healthy gameplay a reality.
Fantastic. So we have time, I reckon, for at least one question, maybe two. So we have one question. Look at that.
Hello.
Hi, Jennifer.
Thank you so much. And there's no question that on stage we have two of the most pioneering and influential CEOs out there, right? And my question is more about what are you doing, and is it even possible to influence other CEOs and other people with positions of power and share your skills with them?
I have a lot of opinions on that. Some of them are not as popular. Yes, I would love that. I mean, the fact that Ilka is allowing Deborah to have her job is amazing. I don't know the details of why Rovio all of a sudden doesn't have a sustainability officer. I don't know why Xbox Games chose to let go of their sustainability. So how do we make that a topic that the people, the empowerment that Kieren has, the empowerment that Neil has, comes from the CEOs. So it might not be Ilka here on stage, and I'm completely fine with that. But just to say that the fact that they send senior people that has a voice and has a budget means that hopefully CEOs of smaller companies have time and dedicate, but for the bigger corporates that they put resources and academic projects, doctorates, everything that makes the pool of knowledge bigger. So I hope to have a much bigger panel next year of six CEOs. Well, then I'll pass.
So I don't know how to influence other people, other CEOs, but what I'm thinking around this question is that it's really about a personal journey and finding, coming to a realization again that you are not a powerless instrument of capitalism when you're put in the position of CEO, and that you do have agency, you have power. And so it's your personal journey of how do you want to use that power and how. And so I think that, how do you get more CEOs to go through some form of journey of self-discovery and transformation? I think it's the only way, because I do think that there are people who are already there and now they're just thinking about, okay, how do I navigate sort of this moment in which I may not have the political backing that I had, and I may not have the sort of popularity vote that I might have a few years ago. How do I just sort of see this through and find community and navigate this sort of out of kind of my own volition? But it's how do you get other people to get to that place? And I don't know what the answer to that is, but I think it's about kind of personal transformation. Yeah,
and I think as just one sort of note, again, from various things I've been researching, I think sometimes, and I don't really mean this as a full-blown criticism of the industry, but I think we sometimes think too narrowly. I think we think too much about games as entertainment products rather than what they are today, which is the centerpiece of the digital third places that we live in, the middle of an information ecosystem that's capable of influencing billions of people, cultural forms of soft power that genuinely tilt the world. And I think our leadership class hasn't quite caught up to that yet, partly, I think, because of the opposite problem, is a lot of them were sort of looking at that world before 1983 and still feeling like the games industry is like that. And so I think there's an element of, as our leadership class evolves, I think that our thinking around that will hopefully change. But just to round off this panel, but just to try and sort of summarize things. So I think the top thing that we've learned here, personal leadership makes a huge difference on this topic. Actually having people at the top of a business who are willing to have the courage to form alliances with other people, to drive forwards culture change within their companies, is a really important starting point. But it has to be a successful diplomatic exercise to bring your studio with you. Whether or not you've got an entire team who are behind the mission, or you've got those hundreds of different members of staff who you need to bring on board, you really have to work hard to make sure that those values around sustainability embed. But if you do, you get the benefits of attracting the best talent, retaining the best talent. You get to capture more attention as a business, and you get to create the kind of discipline that games businesses need to be able to thrive and succeed in this modern economy. And then the upside of it, you do get genuine engagement from your players in return. You have to have the courage to face off against those who might not see the value of it. But ultimately, if you do reach players with those compelling sustainable messages, you encourage them to build relationships with you as a business, build relationships in their world, encourage behaviour change, raise awareness of the issues that are really affecting us, and reach everyone from the player on the ground all the way up to the most senior officials at the top of global organisations. And I think that's a really strong way to say why sustainability matters. What a hook back. There we go, fantastic. But please can we give our panellists a big round of applause. It's been fantastic. because everyone has been so well behaved, we get ourselves a 15-minute break, but we must be back here by 11:45 or else. So please rush, get your coffees, pop to the bathroom, back in the blue room, upstairs, and then back down here for 11:45. Thank you. Two small public service announcements to make before we start moving on with the rest of the agenda as people fill in. The first public service announcement is, please don't be shy and fill in more of the seats from the front, because we have had some people who've been coming in towards the end and nervously standing in the aisle towards the back. And look, don't blame yourself for their decisions, but if we can create an inclusive environment by just moving forwards and squidging up together, that would be lovely. So I've been told to say that. I'm contractually obliged to. The other public service announcement is there are bathrooms just to the right of the cinema. A lot of people went back upstairs for them, but just to let you know, there's accessible bathrooms to the right. So, and if we can keep on making our way in, please, everybody. The show's about to continue. We'll open up with a small song and dance number. No, I'm joking. We'll get going. Yeah, that's it. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the second half of the Green Games Summit. For those of you who just missed the first round of public service announcements, I'm just going to make them quickly again. If you do have a chance to move slightly further forwards and fill out all of the seats from the front, that would be great. And that would be wonderful. And I'd also like to remind people that there are bathrooms just to the right of the cinema, including an accessible one. So you don't need to go and fight over the one near the blue room where the cups of tea are. But anyway, we're going to kick off this half of the summit by looking at how players react to sustainability themes in games. We're going to be moving into a panel discussion on this topic with Tencent and Xbox. But first, to give us some expert insight, which I know we all need, I'd like you all to give a warm welcome to Stefani Innocenti, who's the Professor of Behavioural Economics at the Smith School of Enterprise and the Environment at the University of Oxford. So please give her a round of applause.
Thank you so much, everyone, for being here and for the invitation to present this research project that has been in the making for quite a while. So I'm delighted to be able to share some results with you. But before I do so, I want to begin actually by thanking a number of people. And first of all, I want to say that this project would have not been possible if we hadn't had the support from Sony PlayStation, Kieren and Josh in particular, who might be somewhere here in the audience, the Media Molecule team, and also the Playing for the Planet initiative. But I really want to thank the team of researchers, the amazing team of researchers that are currently based in Oxford and elsewhere, and that have brought a really big contribution to this project and some of the results that I will share today are really their product, and so I want them to be fully acknowledged. But let me start by asking you a couple of questions. So by show of hands, who here believes that games can change behavior outside games? Quite a lot of you. So who believes actually that they have, in the course of their career, either designed or produced a game that has generated behavior change outside the game? And who actually can, beyond testimonials, prove that this is the case, that can actually pinpoint the behavior that they were able to change? Much fewer of you. Well, if you actually had and struggled answering this last question, you're not alone. This is exactly the question that we did try to answer with this project. What we wanted to do was to test empirically and with a sufficiently large study sample the impact of green game on behavior outside the game. And so what is the impact of green gaming? Actually, it's a quite simple question, but unfortunately, a quite difficult one to answer. And we know that we have evidence that other medias can change knowledge, attitude, and behavior. But surprisingly to us, and perhaps also to you, but it sounds like you're more or less in agreement with this statement, there is really little evidence of the fact that games can actually change behavior outside the game. And so we have clear causal evidence that other media can and do change behavior. And take, for instance, television. We have really robust evidence that this is the case. So we know that Sesame Street, for instance, has increased numeracy and literacy among kids around the world. We also have evidence, very large ones, on the fact that telenovelas, for instance, in Latin America, have changed gender norms and even fertility decisions among women. And simultaneously, we have evidence from specific TV dramas and MTV series like Sugar that they can change health and health behavior among youth and also their attitudes in relationship. But when it comes to game, we really have very little evidence on this. And so, but if television can do this, we asked, can games do too? As a matter of fact, games are actually or have a variety of features that and qualities that go beyond traditional media. We've heard this earlier. Players in games are endowed with agency. They can identify with the player. They can experience the consequences of their own action. They explore complex social, natural, and ecological and moral worlds, right? And so games don't tell just stories. They are able to let the players live through them. So drawing on the lessons that we know or we have from television and other media, we really wanted to explore whether the interactivity and identification and feedback that games have could produce meaningful behavioral change. And with this rationale in mind, let me walk you through how we approached the project and what exactly we set out to test. So first of all, we wanted to collaborate with a game studio. And in fact, actually, that's how our collaboration with Media Molecule emerged. We wanted to create a game that could blend the scientific process as well as the creative process and make sure that actually these two things could be married together while doing so. And then we also wanted to really use very controlled protocols to establish very carefully and causally the effect of games and green gaming in particular. And we wanted to see whether this really makes the difference. And also we wanted to work with sufficiently large samples of gamers. And finally, we wanted to make sure that whatever and if any effects was emerging from this kind of exercise, we could test whether this effect was only a short-lived effect or was lasting for a little bit longer. And so what we decided to focus on was to test whether video games can actually shift what people choose to eat. And now, you might wonder why we focused on food choices in particular. And the reasons are actually quite simple and yet sort of complex from the scientific point of view. So when we think about food, we often don't think about this, but actually food is accounts for, or our food choices account for over a quarter of global greenhouse gas emissions. And it's also linked to a variety of other environmental problems, if you want, so biodiversity loss, land conversion, and water scarcity. But despite all of this, quite a lot of people are unaware of the impact that what they eat have on the environment. And from a behavioral perspective, maybe more importantly for us, is that food is universal, universally relatable, but also measurable. We all have to choose what to eat, maybe a list once a day, and we decide what is the best food choices that we want to make. And also, we can measure those food choices. So we have ways of observing what people eat and actually infer the impact of those food choices on the environment. And in particular, in our game, in our study, what we decided to do is to measure behavior and therefore food choices by asking participants to complete a realistic online grocery shopping task. So each person in our study was endowed with roughly £50 to spend in a virtual supermarket environment that we had created to mirror, quite frankly, any other online supermarket environment that you might be familiar with. And this environment was filled in with 200 real-world Tesco products that had exactly the same prices and exactly the same sort of shape and pictures as you would encounter in an Ocado platform or any other that you're familiar with. And so we asked basically participants to choose these kinds of products and put them in a trolley. And then they would have checked out. Once they check out, and basically we have the composition of their trolley, as researchers, we can actually use an algorithm that has been designed by our colleagues at Oxford to try and calculate the exact environmental impact of their selection on the basis of the ingredients that these products actually contain. As a consequence of that, we have also decided to make this more meaningful for participants, and we told them that their choices were mattering quite a lot, because some of them would have received these choices and these baskets at home through the click and collect service of Tesco. We, for GDPR reasons, we are not allowed to actually know where they lived and send them directly at home, but they could choose the best location for them to collect their basket. We did a lot of grocery shopping for a lot of people around the country. And I can tell you that we spent so much time doing this that my own fridge stayed empty for quite a while because I couldn't get myself to go to the supermarket and do another grocery shopping. But in order to really evaluate the effect of gaming on these kinds of choices, what we decided to do, as I said, was to collaborate with our colleagues at Media Molecule and create a single player narrative game titled Pecking Orders. And you see here the cover. So the main story of the game is not environmental at all. This is a story, the player plays the role of a photojournalist who's trying to increase the readership of their magazine and simultaneously has a one-sided rivalry with another colleague, Stella, as they are trying to solve some mysterious events happening in the town. But while the days unfold and while the player actually goes on with his job or their job, they are asked to decide what to have for lunch or dinner. And so they're asked to make basically food choices. And it's exactly these meal choices that we have used as key points to introduce the experimental treatments in our experiment. There are 6 of this sort of a pair of choices that the player encounters, and these are the key points where we introduce the experimental treatment. We designed 4 versions of this game together with the team, and the control version is more or less there's a control version, a nature version, a social version, and a social plus nature version. The control version basically is one that consists for us, at least for the experimental purposes, as a baseline. It's the simplest version of it all, and the story unfolds more or less as I told you earlier, but these food choices that still happen throughout the game do not bring any new information to the player himself, and the player doesn't receive any feedback at all on what they have been doing. The nature version, instead, is a version that allows the player to visualize the environmental consequences of their own choices. So again, here the player makes these food choices, and then they go on and write an article, a magazine article, exactly about those food choices. And this article will contain some scientific information, and the article will be accompanied by a picture that will depict nature as either completely depleted, if the food choice made was a less environmentally friendly one, or lush if they had made a green choice or a more environmentally friendly one. There's also a time jump, so the photojournalist goes back to the town after some years and also is able to visualize the cumulative effect of the choices. And again, nature will be depicted as either depleted or green, completely flourishing, depending on whether the majority of the choices made were either green or brown. And this particular treatment was informed by a lot of literature that is present in the environmental psychology that somehow suggests that seeing is believing. And the scholars in this literature believe that one of the reasons why individuals have a hard time making pro-environmental actions is because they can't really picture and see what the consequences of their actions are. In effect, climate change's effects materialize over a long period of time or also in spaces that are distant from us. The second green version is the one that we call social. And this is, again, a similar, the same exact story, but again, similar structure. The player makes food choices, and after they have done so, they start an interaction with non-player characters in a chat-like environment. And in this chat, they discuss what they have been eating, and the non-player character give the scientific information, exactly the same scientific information seen also in the nature version, but also simultaneously provide some social cues and discuss the appropriateness of the choices made. And so they might sort of shed light on the fact that social norms are changing, that not doing or not taking, sort of consuming brown food is harmful for the environment, but also carries some reputational considerations and damages. And there's also a time jump here. And after that time jump, the player is either allowed to enter an environmentally centered club or asked to reconsider and denied entry, and so admission to that club. The fourth version of the game, and the third, if you want, of the green versions of the game, is the social plus nature version, where, again, we keep scientific information completely constant, but we alternate the way in which the feedback is provided to the player. What we did was actually to test all of this and proceed mostly in 3 steps. In a first step that we call the baseline survey, we invited roughly 5,000 UK-based players to fill in a questionnaire. And in this questionnaire, we ask all sorts of things, including gaming habits or gaming preferences, their sort of dietary preferences as well, and all sorts of other individual characteristics that we can think about, including where more or less the region where they live, their level of education, and concerns for climate as well. Then we told the players that we would have been in touch after some time, and 1 week after, we recontacted them. And we asked them to basically play our game. We randomly allocated them to one of the 4 versions. So 1/4 of the sample played the control version, 1/4 of the sample played the nature, and so on and so forth. They played the game, and after that, they were asked to complete a series of tasks, including the shopping supermarket tasks that I've told you about earlier, plus other outcome variables. And here we got back out of the 5,000 participants that we invited, roughly 4,500. So we lost some people in the middle, but that's pretty normal with these kinds of longitudinal studies. We then decided to go back to those that completed the intervention survey and run what we call a follow-up survey. So in this kind of survey, we didn't ask players to play anything, but we rather asked them to complete another set of questions after 3 weeks, and including filling in the basket and so complete the grocery shopping task again. And so with this sort of longitudinal sort of study, we were really hoping to tease out the extent to which the initial effect that might have been observed or could have been observed just after playing the game stayed or remained true also after 3 weeks. In total, we have 4,000 UK participants that have completed the full 3 waves. The results are pretty surprising, or surely they were for us. So what we find is that participants that have been playing the green versions of the game are filling their shopping basket with significantly greener products. So their shopping basket is actually 20% greener compared to people that have played the control immediately after playing the game. Now, these effects, surprisingly again to us, remain significant and robust even after 3 weeks. So again, just as a reminder, people didn't play the game again after 3 weeks. They just were only asked about doing the grocery shopping task. And here, the difference is roughly 10%. And it's still particularly meaningful, especially if you think that the literature suggests that, for instance, implementing labeling or including basically labels on the food packaging is going to bring about roughly 4 to 5% decrease in the environmental impact of food. And here instead, we really have a 20% or 10%, depending on the time scale that you're looking at. So this was particularly surprising and very interesting for us to see. But now one question that I'm sure you all have is, why did this happen? And we have data to try and pinpoint what are somewhat the mechanisms at play here. And what we notice is, of course, that the people that have been playing the green versions of the game have a much better knowledge of the impact that the food system has on the environment. And this is specifically true for people that have played the social version of the game, suggesting that information transferred in that way through interactions with non-playable characters is particularly effective. We also noticed a change in perception of social norms. So people have a better understanding of what people might do or might ought to do actually in some of these situations. And every person, well, quite a lot, the vast majority of people that played the green games also express feeling more efficacious. So they feel empowered, which is something that we've heard earlier on. Games can actually endow you with this sense of empowerment. And they also feel stronger personal responsibility towards the environment. I'm sure that at this point you might wonder, can really this work, and does it come at the detriment of the fun experience? And the results of our survey actually, or experiment, suggest that sustainability doesn't hurt the fun. And basically 80% of the players that participated in our study do find our game funny, no matter which version of the game they've played. So this is completely consistent. The same amount of people actually found the game boring. So there's no difference, again, across the green versions and the control version at all. There's one other piece of information before I go to the manipulative panel here that I want to give you, which is that significantly more players that have played the green game tell us that they would be inclined to suggest that same game to friends and family. So there is that sort of sense that maybe that could be helpful for others as well. And that's a bit less true for people that have played the control game. One thing to think about is also that statistically significantly more people do suggest that the social version of the game is perceived or is slightly manipulative. So it's a fine line that we need to think about surely going forward. But in order to sort of conclude, what I want to say, and this is really my last slide, is that what we have tried to do is, of course, to design a study that was meant to be a proof of concept, to answer that question that I posed to you early on. And what we wanted to do was to test under very strongly rigorous experimental condition whether games can influence behavior outside the game environment. And this is just only one way to do so. We could have perhaps actually taken other turns to answer that same question. And also I should say that the game in itself was created in conjunction with Media Molecule, of course, but for purely research purposes. But even in these conditions, which if you think about them, they're pretty stringent, we found out that yes, we can have an impact through gameplay that goes beyond what happens in the game and sort of translates into the real world. And so I think we can also sort of assert on the basis of this that this can even happen while having fun. As I was suggesting to you earlier, it sounds like fun is something that has not really suffered too much in our game experience. And so what we are advocating is that, of course, we could do more of this, and I think there might be, and we will discuss this perhaps in the panel a little bit later, there could be more collaborations between the scientific process that sort of goes beyond designing these kinds of study and the creative process that goes, of course, that you know best, that goes into designing games. And especially perhaps in a moment where games are becoming a part of popular culture, but simultaneously where the socio-political landscape is changing and some of the sustainability issues are becoming particularly polarized. And so in a way, I personally think that this is a wonderful opportunity to sort of continue doing so, and I'm guessing that's also the reason why we'll sort of all here today. So with this, I leave it here, and I leave the floor to George. Yes, I will.
No, fantastic. I mean, honestly, absolutely fascinating. And I think what we're going to do now is we're going to take the next 20 minutes to drill a little deeper, to have a further chat with Steffi, but also to be joined by Ben Routegel, who's the director of PR for EMEA, At Level Infinite and Tencent Games, and Dan Jacobs, who is Senior Program Manager at Xbox Gaming Sustainability, to discuss a little bit more about player power. So could we please give our other panellists a round of applause as they join us? Blimey, right. I feel like I've learned a lot. That's my immediate takeaway. But before we go further into some of Steffi's research, which are genuinely fascinating, I think what we want to do as well is just hear a little bit from companies working at the absolute cutting edge of this in terms of games and in terms of people who really understand what their players are saying, how they're responding to their activations, even without actually the fantastic academic framework that Steffi's just outlined there. So I'm going to start here with Dan as well. So, I mean, I know that one of the things that Xbox was running at Gamescom this year was a big survey amongst players to understand what they were thinking about these issues. What did you learn just simply from surveying punters at a game show about what they were thinking about the environment?
Yeah, a good starting point. It's actually the second year that we've been able to conduct surveys with gamers, players, attendees at Gamescom. This year we were able to interview about 140, 150 people face-to-face at both the Blizzard booth and the Xbox booth. We kind of split our time between them. And yeah, I've taken some notes actually of the more fascinating answers that we heard. So first of all, let me just give a little bit of context first of all. We've seen a few slides before this that showed that, Scope 3, Category 11, which for those who don't know is use of sold products. So devices being plugged into the wall, drawing lots and lots and lots of energy, accounts for most of the footprint when it comes to gaming. And if we have an objective of decarbonisation, then that would kind of be one of the first places to begin, certainly the highest ROI. So based on that, we were asking players, like, what would they tolerate in terms of energy saving modes in games on console and PC and handheld devices. So 84% of people that we surveyed said that they would like games on handheld devices, so your ROG Allies, your Nintendo Switches, your mobile phones, etc., to offer their own energy saving mode separate from the device's power settings. So quite a strong appetite there to allow players to give players the choice about what experience that they want to see in their games. 94%, which is spectacularly high, when asked, if willing to enable an energy saver mode in a game on a handheld device, what would be your primary motivating factor? 94% have said to extend gameplay time. Now, think that the games that are running on handheld devices, take Windows as an example, that same game will be running on the mains-powered version of the device. So every player who's ever played in the history of video games wants longer battery life on their mobile device. That counts for apps as well on mobile phones. And so if you can sell it to players as extending gameplay time on the go, but deliver the same kind of sustainability, environmental impact on the mains powered device, then win-win for everybody involved. And the last stat that I'll read out before I'm back to you is 50% of gamers would like to be able to identify games that offer battery saver modes when browsing the store on a handheld or mobile or portable gaming device. So, speaking to a lot of players there, they were saying that it might not necessarily influence which games they buy, although it might a little bit if they're traveling on a plane or train or whatever. But what it would influence is which game they played when traveling. So if they already had a collection of games on their devices and they saw that one game, for example, had all of the battery saving modes available in the game, then that's probably the game they would pick when traveling out and about.
Fascinating. And I think that point around efficiency, especially in terms of devices, I mean, if you look at the history of the games industry and the wider tech sector, the developments within the commercial video games industry in terms of hardware influence everything else that goes on in the world. If you go back to why is ARM chosen as the chipset for the first iPhone? Well, beyond Intel being rubbish at their jobs, the biggest thing was that actually ARM had provided the computing backbone to the Nintendo DS and to the Game Boy Advance beforehand. So you were able to see those innovations within video games essentially open up the smartphone economy, or simply NVIDIA would not be the $5 trillion business it is today if it hadn't been working on GPUs. So there's that enormous potential here for the developments in terms of games hardware to flush out into the wider world. But I think, the follow-up question I'd love to go to you before I jump over to Ben is that point around information. We have so many ways of informing consumers about all kinds of things. We have games content ratings, we have our storefronts with loads and loads of detail about what type of game it is, who it might be appropriate for, but we don't seem to have that kind of information around things like games with battery saving mode in the standards. Do you think there's more the industry could do in terms of the way, say, its information systems work, its storefronts work, and even, frankly, how games are promoted through stores to really highlight these games to players?
I absolutely do, yes, for all of those, definitely. There's an array of examples that come to mind, but I won't take up too much time because we've got some good other guests here. So we launched the Xbox Sustainability Hub quite recently, xbox.com/sustainability. And in that, we're promoting games that have either adopted the Xbox Sustainability Toolkit, which hopefully some of you are aware of, and or include or weave sustainability, environmental, nature narratives into their gameplay. And in the first collection of titles that we picked for that Sustainability Hub, and we're going to hopefully refresh it every few months, we did see a modest uptick in players downloading those games. So clearly there was enthusiasm and interest in that. And then the last point I'll make is I'm pretty sure everyone's aware of a very small game called Minecraft, which is part of the Xbox platform now. And they've released Frozen Planet episodic content and Minecraft Planet Earth in conjunction with the BBC, which almost His Royal Majesty David Attenborough has narrated in the game. And they've been downloaded millions upon millions upon millions of times, and I think they're released in 110 countries around the world. So players definitely want to engage with this content.
Fascinating. And from one enormous game to another, Honor of Kings, which I think is, realistically, I know many people in this room will obviously be aware of it, but it really is the staggering scale of Honor of Kings in terms of its massive audience in China, in terms of how many people play it and engage with it. And so can you talk to us a little bit about the environmental work you've been doing within there?
Yeah, sure. Thanks, George. By the way, I should really get a new photo for my LinkedIn profile. I'm looking a bit young there. So whoever's doing my PR, keep going.
It's all right. Dan looks like someone's got a crosshair on it.
It's funny you should say that. On the way up to the stage, I saw your professional photos and I was impressed. But mine, I'm actually on a Minecraft pig. And I had to zoom in to get it so it didn't look like that. That was at the Mojang office, but yeah.
Sorry.
No. Please.
Thanks for inviting me here today. As part of our Green Game Jam entry and participation this year, 2025, as part of the Honour of Kings, we had two in-game activities. One of them, the first, is Protect Nature, Protect All Life. And that blended in-game activities with real-world conservation efforts. So players completed daily tasks, they earned tokens. Those tokens were then able to open up one of four categories of ecosystem chapters, that enable them to learn about those particular diverse ecosystems and up to 18 different species of flora and animals, and some of those were endangered. So there was a payoff in terms of educational payoff, but they had to earn in-game to then open those things. So it was an entertainment thing that then opened up the door to learning and being educated in within the game environment. But every time they completed those things, they opened up the chapters, complete those tasks, they would fill up a global bar of achievement. And when that reached 100, as it did, thankfully, we then Honour of Kings purchased some carbon credits that were then retired to support real-world efforts in ecosystems in Indonesia, Malaysia, and Brazil.
Yep.
So the other thing was Match for Green, which was a puzzle event, a matching tile event with icons featuring red pandas or other endangered species as well. So people could, apparently, while it was supposedly a very simple gameplay mechanic, it was actually very hard to complete. And one player tried it over 570 times in a day. So it goes to show you that if you've got something that's compelling, that's engaging, it'll have them coming back, and at the same time, people are learning in the background, as it were. Yeah. But I think that's the important thing, is that we didn't just do this on our own initiative. It was in conjunction with climate control experts, ecology experts as well, alongside our animators, alongside our programmers, to create things that would, because on our side we knew would appeal to the gaming public, yeah. But on the other side we're actually feeding real data, real information to the players themselves, and that's why we had turned to those experts outside. So I think it's hard to do it on your own, and you do need that mix to really find that sweet spot between engagement and education.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, I'm hearing about that one player trying 570 times and thinking, if only Hollow Knight Silksong had some environmental messages, because I would have learned so much fighting the last judge. But just as a quick question before I go to Steffi as well, I was talking there a little bit about the sort of massive, enormous reach of Honour of Kings. We're talking about hundreds of millions of players. In terms of those campaigns, how far did this really reach into the audiences you want to get?
Yeah, that was actually a good question. So we had 90% player engagement on this thing, which is pretty damn high for an in-game event. Bearing in mind that we have in-game events with a lot of famous IP that was globally renowned. So that number was really, really great. We had, the post-event survey that we did. 87% said they were more likely to adopt an eco-friendly habits in their daily routine, having played the game, having played that content. So I think that's a really good sort of chimes with what you were saying, Stefania, as well in your research, that there is definitely an appetite for learning, for understanding, and also I think then seeing how you can take that out into the real world. So not only did we see these results in game of completion but we saw in Indonesia, for one example, a content creator who we hadn't paid. It was naturally organic with him. He played the game, he energized and activated some of his followers, and they went and planted plants in the mangrove swamps near Jakarta. But that was spontaneity off the back of what they played. I think hopefully we believe we sparked that activity to go out into the real world and make a difference.
Absolutely. It's that games as a form of mobilisation, right, of being able to get people to go out and act. And I think that this sort of offers me a great chance to jump over to Steffi. And I mean, fascinating research. I mean, honestly, I've made so many notes that my currently neat pieces of paper are completely covered. But there were a few things that I just wanted to follow up on. So I think one of the really interesting conclusions at the end is, you were talking about them being both fun and effective. If you go back to Clark C. Abt, who created the serious games movement, he was someone who had the theory that games had to be serious first and fun was not at all important. And so for a long period of time, the serious games movement didn't work. But in terms of your research, why is it so important that if you want to impart these messages, that fun is central to it?
So from where I stand, I believe that games actually have an enormous power that is nearly undersold to the public, and that is the fact, and to communicators, quite frankly, and that is the fact that we can attract a wide audiences that would otherwise not necessarily self-select into receiving that content. Let me clarify what I mean by this. So we all have, as humans, actually, we're all affected by something that is called confirmation bias. We generally tend to seek information that is compliant with our own prior about, or our current worldviews. And our games, instead, by virtue of perhaps actually exposing two new ways of thinking, have also the opportunity of informing people in this way. So, but in order to be able to effective to do that, you really have to strike a balance between the kind of information that you're actually delivering in games and simultaneously what games are supposed to do, as we were suggesting earlier, as a way to escape reality, a way to sort of have fun. And so for me, it is particularly important. Now, what comes next in this line of research is to try and understand how, why, and for whom again. So not everything will work for everybody. We need to understand what basically works for whom and under which circumstances. Yeah. And I think continuing along this trajectory could sort of bring about a series of findings and a body of sort of examples perhaps that actually can strengthen this community, and the idea of going forward with a project that is particularly ambitious, so marrying creativity and a good cause, a socially particularly important cause. Yeah. So yeah, that's what I would say.
Absolutely fascinating. And I think something else that really came from your talk is that, I mean, you chose food choices because that was something, that's really measurable, something that we're all doing. But I think what's been fascinating is to see the industry has obviously been running off, doing all kinds of different activations around what your hardware choices are, how you're going to preserve certain natural habitats, a variety of different things. But they're not necessarily grounded in that same sort of thing of a very clear choice moment. So in terms of the environmental side of this research, where would you like to potentially see this go next? Or where do you see as logical frontiers to really expand upon your research so far?
I'm going to interpret your question as in what, as a researcher, yes, or as the research community or a representative of that, we can bring to the table here. And my take is that we're really rubbish at designing games. So this is your comparative advantage. And I by no means, I think we can actually claim being good at that at all. But I think what we can bring to the table is exactly that synthesis, or that ability to parse the information that is out there. And so provide perhaps some evidence that maybe game studios, no matter the size, might have difficulty in finding and uncovering and have that certainty that this is the right message to put in a game. And simultaneously, I also believe, and in terms of where I would like to go and see this going next, is what worked in our case, and thanks to the really a lot of work that Kieren has done with us, was that we, together with Media Molecule, we came together early on, which I think it's also your point. Sometimes that's one way to make this work, is really to collaborate early on when actually there's no game. There's not even necessarily an idea, but we need to sort of develop it together, and then consciously bring in the scientific process at the same time. So these two things perhaps might want to go hand in hand, and really these shared lessons that go both way, I think, are particularly important.
Yeah, absolutely, because I mean it's reminiscent of the game Sea Hero Quest, which was designed between game designers but neuroscientists at Imperial College to essentially translate tests that are used to test for Alzheimer's into essentially seascapes that you navigate through the ocean. And I mean, off the back of that, so many people have played it that they created an open source research database that would have otherwise taken researchers 115 years to create. And it's now since been cited, I think, in 26 academic papers. But so sorry, I was just bringing that in because I just wanted to round off this panel because it's been so fascinating, and round it off with a few key points that I think we can all take away from this. So I think the first one is that, games actually are a great way to expose people to new ideas, to go forwards and do things like challenge confirmation bias, but it's not going to work if it's not fun. And the best way to get to fun is to make sure that the people who really understand how to create it are in the room on those kinds of things. Players can also be mobilised towards all kinds of goals that are going to change their behaviours for the better, that are going to change the environment for the better, but can also change our world at large too. You know, choices that they're making around things like which hardware they're choosing to buy could well influence the wider computing space too. And the final thing is that industry has done magnificently, in a sense, to actually have gone as far as it has already, to have already reached billions of people with activations that are making them think about the environmental world. But if there's ways to synthesize that more with the academic community, to work in partnership with scientists and researchers, to really understand what works, to really understand how you can build that thing that's going to captivate, and then make sure that it's aligned to goals that we really need to achieve within society, there's an enormous amount of good that games can do together. But I think the main thing that I'd like to say for now is thank you so much for all joining us. It's been an absolute pleasure speaking.
Thank you.
I forgot to pick up the clicker, so I've had to make this quick dash, which none of you noticed, obviously. But no, thank you so much to Steffi, Ben and Dan. That was absolutely fascinating. But climate change is increasingly affecting all of our lives. But what does the future hold? And more importantly, how can we actually go forwards and imagine it and prepare for it? To talk us through what we need to do to prepare for extremes, we're really happy to welcome Dr. Tom Matthews, who's a National Geographic Explorer and Senior Lecturer in Environmental Geography at King's College London, who's presumably made a very long trip across the river to be here. So please give Tom a round of applause.
Thank you and good afternoon, everyone. Actually, I came north. I live in South London, so there's still not far to go this morning. So yeah, very nice to be here. I think they're the comfiest seats I've ever sat in watching. Sort of, it's not quite an academic conference, but it has a bit of that vibe about it. So indeed, I'm going to talk to you about imagining the unseen to prevent climate catastrophe. So I'm going to take quite a narrow, but I think important view on climate change and extreme weather and present a point of view today that I think you won't have heard before, but I think this is the forum for it. Hopefully you'll see what I'm on about as we progress. So this is my starting statement. This is what I'm going to try and convince you of. From politicians to ordinary people, in other words, all of us, there is an urgent need to help imagine unseen extreme weather events. And when I say unseen, I mean the really unprecedented weather events. So intense, so unusual, that they can perhaps take us by surprise. So they're unseen. They're outside the historical envelope. They're outside our observations. Now, they're so important because it's these really extreme events that have a disproportionately large impact on society. So we take heat waves, for example. The top 3 heat waves in the last 25 years killed almost 250,000 people. That's 2.5 times more than all the other heat waves, the 90-odd we've had in that period, added together. Tropical cyclones, hurricanes, even more extreme. The top event during the last 25 years killed 138,000 people. Again, funnily enough, the scaling's about the same, but the number of events is different. That's about 2.5 times greater than all the other events, nearly 700 of them in that period. It's the really extreme events that are disproportionately important for how the future will play out. The problem when you have a few words on a slide is that if you say them on the last one, you don't have much to say on the slide that makes a point. So there you go. The most extreme weather events, those unseen events that are lurking in the future, will play a disproportionately large role in how that future plays out. History tells us that. The future will be no different. And here's the really interesting but also concerning bit. Certainly in terms of the weather, more extreme is inevitable. And you might think, okay, I know, climate change is bad news. But here's the bit that might surprise you, is this statement is irrespective of the climate changing. More extreme than we've seen is inevitable, even with no climate change. We just have to wait. And to understand why, I think I've probably got the right audience, got the gaming audience. So when you think of the climate system as like a random number generator that's subject to some important physical constraints. And it can deal an almost infinite number of hands. So no 2 days' weather will ever be the same. And to see a really unusual combination of events, the perfect storm, you have to observe more hands. We give a greater chance of observing that really unusual combination if we just watch it play out more times. Our observational record is short. Society has expanded enormously in the last several hundred years. We've only been watching the weather very closely for about the last 50. The future will generate more extreme events, even if the climate wasn't changing. So more extreme weather events than anything we've seen before are inevitable. Now, of course, if you know the rules of the game, you can work out what the perfect hand is, or in this case, what the worst case is. And we do sort of know the rules, at least to some extent and with some types of extreme weather. Here's an example. This is heat, something that I research a lot. So extreme heat. Temperature and humidity determine how warm it feels for us. And you've got here the temperature and humidity combinations across northwestern Europe during the 2 deadliest heat waves on record. You may or may not have known that these were the 2 deadliest events. The press coverage is never that great with heat waves. We often show pictures of people in parks and at beaches, but the reality is people are dying during heat waves. The 2 deadliest we have, 2003, that's the top. 70,000 people died in northwest Europe from that heat wave. And then much more recently, 2022, 60,000 people died during that heat wave. And what you see here is just a 2D histogram. So the more points are in any given area of the chart, the brighter that part of the chart is. We're looking at the temperature and humidity combinations. And you can see the outer envelope. The further we go to the right, the hotter, essentially, it was. Now, that's what the system has generated. They're the rolls of the dice that we've seen. But we do understand the system a bit. And if you look down here, this is what we think are the worst case scenarios for major cities in northwestern Europe. For London, we think about 48 degrees is possible. In Frankfurt, the hottest of these cities, 50 degrees is possible. Now, this line here shows you the upper limit that older adults can tolerate before overheating is inevitable. Lethal overheating is inevitable if exposed to that heat indefinitely, even if resting. And you see these events, this is the current climate. This is no climate change at all. There's a chance that they cross this threshold. If we were to draw this again, no climate change, but just allow us to play out many more times, we would definitely see this envelope move closer to the line. Now, in terms of tropical cyclones, hurricanes, they're a bit harder to identify what the worst case scenario is. But I'll show you one of the deadliest events in history here. This was actually before that 25-year record I cited earlier. This is 1998. This event also killed 138,000 people in Bangladesh. Now, what we can do here is we essentially roll the dice lots of times. We use a synthetic tropical cyclone generator, look at its tracks, and we can count the number of people that fall under a given track to see what a realistic worst-case scenario is. Again, no climate change. It's just rolling the dice lots of times. The worst-case scenario that we can find in this part of the world, at least, is 120 million people exposed, 10 times more than in the deadliest event in recent history. So the point is, I'm just trying to show you that it's inevitable. More extreme, certainly from the weather element, more extreme weather is inevitable. So there's a high incentive to try and imagine what those events could look like. We can't confront what we can't imagine. In the context of those heat waves, for example, how do you protect people when the outside air is potentially deadly to everyone, even if they're sitting still, even if they've got fans trained on them, even if they're well hydrated? A whole new set of challenges present themselves. We need energy. We need air conditioning. How do you evacuate a city 10 times, or a region, how do you evacuate 120 million people, 10 times the population of London? How do you get them all out the way? What have you got to think through? You can't confront what you can't imagine. And this comes down also to an individual level. During some of the worst floods we've seen in Europe, for example, lots of people died because they went down to basements to get cars. So even down to that level, not having any analogue, any precedent, people didn't react in a way that might have protected their lives in the moment. We can't confront what we can't imagine. But when it comes to the weather, imagining is really hard because the climate system is capable of generating things that stretch human intuition. I'll give you some examples. We have a weather station network on Mount Everest, and I'm going to show you some data give you an insight that's come from a weather station just here near base camp. You might have noticed this in the news a couple of weeks ago now, 4th of October. Heavy snowfall from cyclone winds halts Everest tourism in Nepal and Tibet. Most of the stories are coming out of Tibet. We were watching the data coming in, and it was unusual. In fact, it was incredibly unusual. It might have been a world record for the 12-hour snowfall. And it's going to be hard to communicate this, so I'm going to try in an unusual way. Because we talk about precipitation in terms of depth, and we often talk in terms of millimetres, and nothing sounds that extraordinary when we're talking in millimetres. So I'm going to give an analogy of people's heights instead. Now, those weather stations have been there for about 6 years. So you can imagine, rather than depth, we're going to talk about people's heights, and imagine walkers coming into base camp and say we've been watching them for 6 years, right? And the height of the person is proportional to the depth of snow that we've seen accumulate. They're not the same numbers, but the scaling's right. So imagine 6 years to date, you're watching the trekkers come into base camp, and a realistic guess, the tallest person you might have seen, could be 6'7". So if we use that scaling, and we say, okay, that's the tallest person to date, what was the second tallest person? This is using the real precipitation data prior to this event. We say the highest to this date, 6'7". What was the second tallest person, or the second greatest daily precipitation accumulation? That'd have been 6'5". So these are the two tallest people you've seen. Okay, that's your benchmark. Now, after the October the 4th event, of course, what was the tallest now be the second tallest. What was the second tallest now be the third tallest. Now, how tall was the person that rolled into base camp on the 4th of October? They would have been over 23 feet tall. So it's this giant yeti rolling into base camp. You've had no sense from watching 6 years worth of daily data. Thousands of people streaming up. You think you know what people look like. You think you know what a tall person looks like. You haven't got a clue. The climate system can generate things that are just so off the charts. They're very, very difficult to intuitively have any grasp of. But, okay, not quantitative. Let's go qualitative for a second. This is Jamaica prior to an aerial image prior to Melissa, the tropical cyclone that made landfall recently. Look at that image. Look at the trees, those mature trees that have stood there for a long time. The structures have stood there for a long time. Imagine for your entire life, regardless of your age, it might have looked a bit like this. Certainly the trees, these mature trees, over 100 years old, some of them. And then that's what happens when a tropical cyclone comes through. Everything's annihilated. These tropical cyclones make landfall rarely enough. They won't be in living memory, anything like as strong as Melissa. When it comes through, it destroys everything. You'd have no sense that a weather system was capable of doing this. If you want a local example, the Thames, Kingston, there's a gauging station. If you were to go down there today, or the last couple of days, you'd have seen a flow of about 25 cubic metres per second going past. Right, the record there is 800 cubic metres per second, 30 times greater. Using the scaling of heights as an example, if 6'7" is today's flow, the record is an individual 210 feet tall, right? So it's so difficult to have an intuition for this stuff. It really does stretch the imagination. Imagining these things can help us prepare for them. But I'm going to say something that's quite unusual now, an interesting take, but it's something that worries me a lot. It's not the practical side, it's something else. The stakes are higher because the climate's changing. Right? So in other words, the dice are being loaded. And that has several implications. I'll come to one of the obvious implications at the end. But first, another one that doesn't quite keep me up at night, but it's what I spend a lot of time thinking about. Imagine tomorrow, and it is tropical cyclone season, this event occurred. There were 120 million people exposed, a record-breaking tropical cyclone. Or imagine next summer, we saw 50 degrees in Frankfurt, 48 in London. Now, the impacts would be severe, even with some good adaptation, appropriate adaptation in the meantime. How do we think those events would be perceived? These were always possible. They become more likely because the climate's changing. But these were always possible. There is what I'm concerned about is a response risk. These things take people by surprise. They think something has changed. And it has. The game is changing. But that really bad hand was always possible. It's not a prelude of an inevitable future. This was always something that could have happened. Right? And imagining that might be able to help cooler heads prevail. These sorts of scenarios are not well thought through at all. One interesting prelude comes from science fiction. So anyone read this, Ministry of the Future? Yeah, so I read this too with interest. It was right in the sweet spot of what I researched. These heat waves, they're fundamentally different, that cross some physiological thresholds. I mean, the threat is different. The outside environment is so hot, you cannot keep cool, even if you're well hydrated and you've got a fan. And those who have read the book know what happens. The impact of this event triggers a response in this case from the Indian government, they start geoengineering the climate, injecting aerosols into the stratosphere. Now, this seems really radical, and it's an incredibly risky thing to do. Once you accept this as a route forward, any country can set the world's thermostat. Any country can do this individually. You might be surprised, no, this isn't very difficult to do. It's on the cards. I mean, it's being considered by some research groups. It's being investigated. Right? This is not an expensive thing to do, a particularly difficult thing to do. It's a type of radical response that could make the future much more difficult. Now, imagine one of those events would play out in the context, perhaps, of a really febrile political atmosphere. Perhaps other challenges are ongoing as well. So the thing I'm saying that's a bit unusual is I think just imagining the unseen, knowing the climate system has always been capable of generating some really extraordinary events. One, of course, it helps us adapt to them and prevent the catastrophic outcomes from very extreme weather, right? It's inevitable the weather will be more extreme. It's not actually inevitable that the impacts will be more extreme. So imagining can help us do the sensible adaptation. That's sort of the normal message, and the very important message shouldn't get lost in the unusual bit that I'm adding on. The unusual bit I'm adding on is the stakes are really high because the climate's changing, and a really bit of bad luck could trigger responses that don't help, and they actually push us in a direction that's even more dangerous. But then the other part I want to make sure I'm clear about is the opportunity for steering the ship, right? The rules of the game are changing. We're loading the dice, but how much we load the dice is, of course, up to us. And imagining through events that have not yet happened, but could happen as those rules change, I think can be really important in helping us make decisions about what happens next. So I don't know if the sound will play here. Will it play? Oh, I don't think it's playing, but there's a lovely sound of a soothing tropical rainforest here. It's an interesting fact I want to get in here before I come almost to the end. Don't worry, lunch I think is not far away. But you know, a third of all life on Earth, all the biomass on Earth, you add up all the weight of all the living stuff in the oceans, on the land, in every form of life on Earth, almost a third of all of that is in tropical trees. So if you wanted to go away with an idea of what is life on Earth, it's tropical trees. It's the closest thing to the keystone thing living on Earth. It's a tropical tree. Now, if you warm the planet enough, Amazonian heat waves will kill trees. Right? It's not really possible now, at least not at scale, because it just can't get hot enough. At least not with a healthy forest, it just can't get hot enough. But if we emit enough carbon, then events will take place. Summers, dry seasons will occur that kill trees on an enormous scale, and we'll lose something enormous. Now, this, to those that follow climate change, potential climate change impacts, the overall story isn't different. What is different is the appreciation that it's events. It will be unseen, unprecedented events that could be relatively soon if we continue warming the climate. It's not this intangible average change that we're talking about. The future will play out through discrete events. And if we can imagine them, the first part of what I've talked about today is that we can prepare for them. We can reduce the impacts of them, be they the direct impacts or the impacts that come from cascades, from social panic. We can also avoid some events entirely by not letting the game change, not to that extent. The incentive here is to, or rather the mechanism here to make a step change, is to recognise that it will be events. Right? So I think that's the key thing. We've got to imagine these unseen events. It's extraordinarily powerful. And of course, this is going on now. Right? COP30 is about to begin next week. We'll make decisions that influence what's possible in the very near-term future. So I'll close there. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much for that, Tom. I mean, I think I speak for all of the organisers to say that we were disappointed to find out that he didn't actually discover the Yeti. We only saw the slides, so we had no idea what was actually going to be said there. But I think just two things that I think were worth thinking about there is We can all remember like Ian Bogost, the academic who wrote Persuasive Games, has talked about video games as a form of procedural rhetoric, that we can get people to think about the world by designing games and designing systems. And, you know, he talks a lot in his book about the way, for example, people look at simulating things like gas attacks and how actually that's really helpful for policymakers to be able to sit in front of it and see tangibly that they have to make choices to be able to determine their way forward. So I think imagining that is great. And I think it's also worth remembering here that some of the participants in the Green Game Jam have already done a lot of what's been suggested. So, for example, PUBG, The Ruins of Erangel, activation last year, which showed what Erangel would look like in 100 years' time if we don't take action on climate change. I think that's a really great example about how we can help people to imagine those futures. So those are a few notes, but it comes down to a handful of us to wrap this event up. So could our wrap-up panelists please come and join us on stage? And please could you give them a round of applause on the way up? Fantastic. No, we're getting fresh water as well. This is thoroughly exciting. So obviously there are a couple of familiar faces from earlier in the day, but we're also joined by someone new at the end. So Wolfgang, would you like to just quickly introduce yourself?
Sure. Hi, and thank you for your great presentations. Wolfgang Blau, Global Managing Partner of the Brunswick Group, that is a global strategy advisory firm. I advise with my team many of the world's largest companies across energy, food, fashion, insurance, banking, and also tech on their climate strategies. My background is in journalism. I ran the digital strategy of The Guardian around the world and then oversaw Condé Nast as one of the world's largest publishing companies. That includes Wired magazine, great friend of the gaming industry, but also Vogue across 30 countries. So I come from two angles to climate communication. One is journalism and everything journalism can't do. That gets me hugely interested in what games can do. The other one is corporate communication that also increasingly struggles with how to convey the complexity of what they are trying to do, where I often think games are the only platform that can convey that. And maybe as the most important statement for me to share is there's this famous quote of Amitav Ghosh, which picks up on our last speaker. Climate change is a crisis of the imagination. But that goes both ways. It's the imagination of how bad things can become, but increasingly also of how much better our future could be. So much of our work goes into creating a future that is less bad, and that is not enough, and it's also not inspiring enough.
So I'm very interested to hear, because obviously you say you're coming in from that wider perspective and looking specifically at games. What have been your conclusions as a result of sitting in the audience today and watching everything that's been going on?
In climate communication, I helped create an organization that's called the Oxford Climate Journalism Network, where we have now trained, I think, around 800 journalists around the world. And we tried something similar. We tried to move the climate story from the climate desk into sports, lifestyle, fashion, gaming journalism, to make it less didactic and less threatening and almost casual. And we say the best climate journalism is the one that doesn't even mention the word climate, and I see similarities in what many of you are doing. You know, you speak about food, you speak about construction. And what I wonder about is, to start with a philosophical point, why is it that all of humanity's great crises and breakthroughs, steam engines, Reformation, Protestantism, Renaissance, the discovery of America, back to the discovery of fire, have left traces in creativity, in the arts, with proponents and opponents? Why is it that with this arguably greatest challenge humanity has ever faced, at least in such a compact time frame, leaves very little traces so far in the arts and in the creative sector? Now, of course, that is an unfair thing to say to you, of all people gathered here, but why is it that in many months, if you look at the entire programming of all movie theaters, all exhibitions in London and New York, you wouldn't know that there is a problem? Why is that? And we think it has to do with how difficult it is still to imagine the negative future we're facing if we keep doing what we're doing, but also the positives we could have. And that is where you come in. And then to make a last point, what the neuroscientists help us understand now is that journalism has a theory of change that is actually not working. The theory of change in journalism is you give people facts. Journalists pride themselves for vetting facts. You give them facts, you throw them at and hope that somehow a patina of understanding will stick. That will lead to a change in values, and that change in values will lead to a change in behaviors. And the neuroscientists say, and gaming has a really important part to play in that, the neuroscientists say that's not how it works. We change our behaviors by watching others. And gaming can model that. You know, whether real or imagined, we can see other behaviors in games that then change our behaviors, which is more how things happen. The other one is you need always, in journalism, in corporate, in governmental climate communication, we always make sure to convey both the urgency and the agency. Never just convey the urgency, but also never just convey the agency, because that always borders on greenwashing and is disproportionate, where you then think, you know, no more using plastic straws is the best you can do, and that was proportionate to the size of the problem. Gaming is a way of experiencing agency. And that is a huge coping mechanism that you need to also occasionally look into the abyss of climate change, or also to look into how fantastic and how much better and nicer and pleasant our future could be. So I'm very excited about gaming. And then the last point, maybe I work with some of the world's largest power grid operators right now, and they're at risk of getting drawn into the culture wars. Yeah. I mean, we thought heat pumps could not, as something as boring as a heat pump, could not become part of a culture war, and we now see it happen. We see people say, the arrival of the heat pump and the exit of the gas boiler in a household is the end of an 11,000-year cultural history. It's the last flame that leaves the building, and how sad, and we should prevent that from happening, right? Yeah. Crazy. And so, but understandable. There is a, yes, it's the last flame that leaves the building, but we have this big flame up in the sky forever, hopefully. So grids now face the same problem, where the populist parties across Europe realize, oh, we don't even have to fight offshore wind farms. We can just attack the grid. And the public will barely have understood what just happened by us preventing that major transmission line that would be needed to roll out more renewables. How do you convey what a grid does and the complexity of that? I see a growing number of companies go to the Financial Times that builds these fantastic interactives. How to manage net zero. They give you a budget. They allow you to pretend to be a government and manage net zero, for instance. I love them to bits for it, but of course they don't reach the audiences that you reach. So I'm thinking, for instance, about how to build a grid game that is not didactic, does not come across as manipulative, that is fun, enjoyable, sensual. And I more and more often speak with one of the world's largest companies about how they should collaborate with you.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that point around as well, thinking about information ecosystems and thinking about the role of games within them and what they represent and how they're siphoned off. You know, I think it's one of the more sort of terrifying but interesting things that I saw in the last year or so was there was only one American polling firm, or one polling firm in America, that successfully called the outcome of the US election down to the Electoral College vote, which was JL Partners. They were the only polling firm that had, as part of its mixed methodology, sampling people within mobile games via incentivized advertising, because there were entire audiences, particularly young men, especially young Black and Hispanic men, who trust their games. They trust the games, the information ecosystem, much, much more than social media and news. And you're not engaging them in those spaces. So those narratives are taking hold in those places. How do you contest those? And especially around an issue like this. But to flip it now to the other side, you know, Wolfgang's had that opportunity to see more into our world. We've also just had the privilege to see a lot into other worlds, into other perspectives on the climate crisis from those who are looking much more broadly. And Maria and Kieren, I was wondering what you were thinking about those talks that we saw from Tom, from Steffi. How have they shaped your thinking about what the industry needs to do to essentially become an even bigger part of this conversation?
I'm taking away three things that I think my eyes have been opened or reopened on. One is a sense that when it comes to green content, we've only like scratched the surface. You know, I was talking earlier to the lady from the Rainforest Alliance, and like, where is the great forest game? Where is the great grid game? The soil game? Like, these complex systems that sort of occur at a speed and a level that just humans, we just cannot comprehend. That's definitely a space that I think, probably not for us to games, but but like these are games for the the simulation companies. Should definitely, there's so much space there. And personally, I'm excited about it, and I think there's so much that we can do. So that's one thing. The other thing is, the more successful we are, the more that we are going to attract criticism. Like I was reading some research the other day that said that the anti-climate lobby is outspending the pro-climate lobby by 4 to 1 or 8 to 1 or something like that. So the more anticipate that there's going to be opposition, anticipate there's going to be criticism, and this is where communities like this become important, because it's about resilience, it's about being part of a group that you can share that with. And then the third thing is something that I've been thinking about for a while, which is how can we as games, how can we activate impact investment into games? That's an area, that's a source of finance that we haven't been able to tap into. And part of the problem is that we haven't been able to prove the impact of what we actually do. But today I saw some great research that shows actually, there is a way to prove it. There's already some data. And so that fills me also with optimism that that's a source of funding that we can start to access more deliberately.
Yeah, and of course we saw internationally and something of a challenge to us in that space as well. The Wilson Centre's Serious Games Initiative was defunded as a result of DOGE-related cuts, which meant that an enormous amount of federal funding in the US that went towards games initiatives across departments, including climate, has been taken away. So I think finding ways that we can build structures and finance them so that we can create more of these kinds of projects is really important. But Kieren as well, what's been your perspective on all of this? It's been a fascinating day, hasn't it?
It has, yeah. I think, first of all, I think massive acknowledgement for everyone in this room how far we've come in 5 years. This is big, this feels mature, and it feels we've got some ways to go. And there's a lot we don't know in society about the future. It's been already highlighted, what version of future. And, it's the same as the moon mission. You don't know how you're going to get there, but you have to iterate and fail fast. You've heard that before, right? And, there are a lot of opinions over what kind of game to make. And most of these opinions will be wrong. So how do we deal with that? We need to fail fast. It means we need to learn. I think the research we've seen today shows that the success is rather nuanced. Yes, it can be successful, but as Steffi said, with who, with what, and when, and how do we refine the tools instead of using blunt instruments? And we have to learn. And I fully agree that we need to integrate, as part of developing a green game, kind of a collaboration with unusual collaborators, with academics, with policymakers, as we are. And we need to dig deeper, and we need to be more focused, and we need to iterate that learning. And just to round that off, part of that journey, as we've developed this game, Climate Station, which you saw, we've had various opinions. So we've been working with some of the world's leading climate scientists. And I'm going to use some bad language. And one person at the UN said, we want to scare the shit out of people, right? We want to show them that future, exactly as we heard from in this presentation. And part of that is you are in a 3D immersion in a hurricane-damaged landscape, which is fully immersive, and you can see what that looks like. However, talking to Steffi, she says, if you scare people too much, they immobilize. They become too afraid to act. And on the other side, that's what in the UN, UNEA, that we did, Steffi also did some research there. The world's policymakers and educators and NGOs were going like, you can't scare people, we need to give them a message of hope. But right now, you can't show that the world would be beautifully fecund and productive because we're on a course for a certain amount of climate change. So you can't create inauthentic visions. What do? Right? So coming back to the world's climate haiku, which people with cool and common sense come back to, is climate change is happening. Yes, it's bad. Yes, we caused it, but we can fix it if we act fast. So one thing we build into that is, yes, it's bad. Here's the scary stuff. But you know what? We are an ingenious species. We can actually solve this, and it isn't as hard as you think. And let's think about it. The predictions in 2010, if you remember the Stern report, it was very fatalistic. And globally, projections were fatalistic. Climate change was predicted for 4.8 degrees of warming in 2010. We're now at 2.8. And actually, they've had to revise the emission factors again this year for being better than expected. We never model the exponents. We never model the speed of change because we always project from a history of extrapolation. We never model as fast as it happens. So yes, we can act fast. The price of solar was expected to be only commercially viable in 2050, back in 2010. This last year was the first year that renewables produced more energy than fossil fuels, and to install new solar and new wind costs less than keeping existing coal running. So there is a message of hope to build in, but what we want to do now is build in research and data into our interventions in games. We want to come back to you all as a workshop when we produce some guidance from Steffi's research to get your thoughts on how to do it, because as Steffi said, as academics, we don't know how to make games. As policymakers, all these ideas about games, it actually needs to be the creatives that come up with the vision of the game.
Absolutely. I mean, just such a good summary that it's made it very, very difficult for me to ask the question of how should we summarize everything in here. But I think that point around optimism, I think is so key. And I think as well about how the message is delivered is so important. I think back to, off in a different space, you think about the game Plague Inc. and the impact that that's had in terms of teaching people how pandemics work is, in many ways, it's quite a grim game. You're wiping out the world with a pandemic. But the biggest thing about it is that it just naturally teaches you about exponential growth. And it was Dr. Ali S. Khan, who used to be head of the CDC, but also wrote a book about pandemics, who said it was the thing we needed for policymakers, because in a no-harm environment, they could see, that's the difference between linear growth and exponential growth. Now we understand it, so now we understand why we have to be thinking about our strategies around that. And so I guess that I'm going to go for that towards my final question, which is how can we use games as well to deliver the optimistic vision in terms of climate change? What kind of things should we be thinking about doing? I'm going to go back to you, Kieren, sorry. Tough one.
Well, I mean, I said we need to show the agency, we need to show the hope we have, in that it's not as difficult as we think, and that knowledge can empower people. I mean, if you think about it, how large are all of your finance departments, right? Versus how large are your sustainability teams, right? It isn't that difficult. Look at all the actions we need to implement to achieve, to solve climate change. I think there were some calculations showing it would cost less than dealing with COVID. It isn't actually that difficult. There's a narrative out there that says it's too difficult. It's not. And as experts, we need to help pave the way. It is specialist. It is complex in the sense that it's a different science and a different specialism than our institutions are used to dealing with. So let's just arm ourselves with knowledge. We don't have all the answers. We're still at the beginning of understanding. Let's work with the academics to analyze it, and we'll solve it like we've solved every other challenge in the history of humankind. I think this can be solved even though it's challenging, and that's why we're all here.
Maria?
I keep thinking that we should, that there's room for many different kinds of ways to approach this. And that there are gamers who are going to love the climate horror games, and that's what's going to mobilize them. And there are gamers who are going to love the sort of deep simulation games, and there are gamers that are going to love a hero story that saves the day. So I think, I think that the let's not force ourselves into just one kind of storytelling or one kind of solution here, because there are, let the fun and what the player wants kind of lead the way, I think.
Yeah, and I think before I go to Wolfgang as well, I think it's always just so important to just take a step back, look at the history of the industry and think, at about the beginning of this century, maybe a few 100 million people played video games around the world in a handful of developed nations that could afford consumer electronics. We're now talking 3.6 billion people, more than 50% of every generation now. Gender demographics split across the world, truly global. So that means we can reach everybody, but we can reach everybody with the message that works for them, because we can essentially take that audience and split it down. So I think it's a fascinating point. And Wolfgang, just to you for the message of optimism.
I think that it's best to start with the reasons for optimism that have already arrived, that are already here. Think of the word energy. It's almost synonymous with scarcity, right? We could use the word scarcity and most sentences would work. However, we are much closer to energy abundance than we think. In this country alone, last year, we threw away enough electricity to power all Scottish households for an entire year, 8.3 terawatt hours. Why did we have to throw them away? Because we didn't have the large grid-scale container-sized batteries yet to store it, or the transmission lines to deliver that energy from the north where the wind blowed to where it's needed, mostly in the south of this country. That is an unfathomable number, right? All Scottish households for an entire year. Or everything you hear about the US and the rollback on renewables, which is real and is serious, but at the same time, the one state in the US that has installed more renewable capacity than any other is not California, Democratic California, it's Texas.
Yeah.
Why? Because it is the most affordable source of energy. Or JP Morgan, not exactly known as an activist outfit, right? Just came out 2 weeks ago and said, yes, in the beginning we all thought these data centers that you all need will drive a renaissance of gas power plants and also of nuclear. Now they came out and said, listen up, everyone. The race for AI leadership, especially between China and the US, is not being decided in the next 20 years. It's most likely to be decided in the next 5 years, if it hasn't been already. And the only source of energy that can be ramped up quickly enough, not even cleanly enough, just quickly enough, because of the supply chain being available, are renewables. Thank you very much. So those are massive breakthroughs that should give reason for hope and optimism. And maybe one last reflection from me also, if I may, is listening to you. I really respect and honor, and that's my daily bread and butter, of course, is your worry about your scope 3 and your use of product emissions and your own data center emissions, and I'm sure they will go up the more AI you use. However, and maybe that's me being slightly jaded by dealing with these companies that have 30, 50 million tons a year and not a couple of thousand or maybe 1 million tons, I think you should worry or think just as much about your, let's say, scope 5. Scope 4 are your avoided emissions. Your scope 5 is your cultural footprint. You have, to your point earlier, you have such an enormous cultural footprint. And your scope 5 is everything you don't do with that. But this is really a compliment to the power you hold. I was in charge of some of the world's largest social media accounts in the publishing world. And of course I had to sell it and overproject it, and there was nothing like us, right? But I knew we are dwarfs next to you. And I often wondered, what would I do with that if I could? So here we are.
And here we are. And so, to try and wrap up the Green Games Summit and wrap up this panel, so our theory of change, it's not necessarily what journalists thought it was, it's something else. And actually, turns out the combination of fun plus agency is a real winner. So games that have the ability to reach hundreds of millions of people through play, but also through their surrounding communities, have enormous power and can really change the world in terms of this debate. And I think the thing we have to actually recognise is that we have done it. Video games companies are almost always pioneers, almost always pushing forwards. And if you think about the work that this alliance has done in the past half decade, it is meaningful changes in terms of energy saving, meaningful changes in terms of reaching players with positive messages, fundraising, and making people aware of the challenges that are facing us in ways that they're really engaging with. But as we get to this point, where we get increasingly mature, we realise it's going to be better if we go together. If we bring on board the academics who really understand how to make that change meaningful across all our activations, if we work with our policymakers who are struggling to reach people with the right messages, and ultimately if we make sure that we're working with players too to make sure that they feel part of this process and empowered. And I think the final thing is just make sure that we maintain our optimism and hope. Politics is politics. It blows with the wind. Sometimes things are up, sometimes things are down. But people are people, and we're able to make the choices courageously that can make our world better if we choose to do so. And I think everyone in this room is choosing to make that decision, and if we continue to choose that, then we can probably build ourselves a better future. And so I think on that note, I'd like to say thank you so much to our panel, and thank you to everyone else for coming along. It's been a wonderful day. And most importantly of all, it's lunchtime. So please go forward, have your lunch, and make sure you're back here for the awards later this afternoon to really celebrate the fantastic work at 2:30. So 2:30. Dentist o'clock, everybody.
Hello, welcome back, and hello to any newcomers. Thank you all so much for joining us this afternoon. We're going to turn from reflection to celebration. So we're going to be looking at the amazing work taking place across the game's sustainability landscape. So I'm Louisa, I'm the project lead on the Green Game Jam. So I'm here to talk to you basically about a little bit about the Green Game Jam, but also just a quick thing to say. The awards are an optional part of the Green Game Jam programme. So we wanted to take a moment to thank not just the finalists and those who submitted for the awards, but also everybody who took part in the Green Game Jam. That was, some amazing work that you've done. And Dan, do I have a clicker? I think I can handle it myself. Thanks, Dan. I also wanted to give a huge thank you to all of our partners for making today possible. It really takes a village to put on an event like this, so thank you all so much for your support. I wanted to just take you through everything. Our host, Shay Thompson, is going to talk to you a little bit more later about the awards themselves, the Green Game Jam Awards and the Playing for the Planet Awards, and why they're so important and what they all are. But before we kind of dive into the Green Game Jam, the winners, I wanted to give you an update on our focus for this year's Green Game Jam, which was the All In for Nature campaign. I'm just going to check my notes. Yes, so this you might already be familiar with if you aren't. Basically, this year we decided to focus on nature, the topic of nature. Now, of course, nature goes hand in hand with the work that we've done in the past, but this year we use that word repeatedly throughout our comms. Now, why is that? Well, we know, as we've seen this morning, that nature is integral to climate solutions. 1/3 of mitigation strategies for climate change involve nature in some way. But nature is also where we feel climate change the most, whether that's through extreme weather events or noticing the wildlife that we might be used to in our day-to-day lives disappearing. And sadly, as words like climate change and sustainability become increasingly politicized, nature, in being so tangible, is less politicized, more unifying and easier to get behind. So on a political level, even if a party isn't necessarily interested in climate commitments on the grassroots level, you might often find them pledging to clean up local areas or protecting green belts, etc., because people do care about nature, they just don't always care about it for the same reasons. And that was an idea that we were really interested in this year. How can we bring people together through nature? So our idea was, and this is a diagram that I won't go into in too much depth, but our idea was that basically in order to make wide-scale protections for nature, we need to demonstrate that players want it, because businesses and governments don't move without individuals. So we wanted to show that players around the world care about nature. And we do think that we've got a solid proof of concept in what we did this year. So we had 2 inputs for players to fill out. So one of them was a survey format, and the other one was an open field, which was optional. Players could leave a message in support of nature in their own words. And so I am delighted to report that in the survey responses as a whole, we reached 71,000 messages of support for nature. Our target was 100,000. Thank you for the applause. Our target was 100,000. So we didn't quite meet that goal, but I think we've still kind of demonstrated that we got pretty close, and we have a very strong amount of support that some players definitely do care about this. And the other thing to say about this number is that not every game in the Jam used the campaign page for various reasons. So I think we've got a pretty solid proof of concept based on what we already had. So we'd like to give a huge shout out today to the following studios who saw the most amount of responses from their players. So there was Azarian with Habbo Hotel and Hotel Hideaway. There was Wooga with June's Journey, Calibri Games with Idle Miner Tycoon, and then of course SYBO there in second place. Now this year there was so much great work happening across the games industry that we actually decided to add 2 additional awards to the awards program. And I want to introduce the first of them now, actually, before we dive into the whole rest of the program. So the studio who got the most amount of responses for the All In for Nature campaign this year was, in fact, Game Duel. They've won our one-off All In for Nature awards, but unfortunately they are not here today. But their trophy is on its way to Germany. That's kind of the problem with a surprise award, is you don't always get the person in the room with you. But yes, congratulations to the whole team at Game Duel for their fantastic activation that saw so many responses. So let's dive into actually what the responses to the campaign page actually tell us, right? So we did all of this, we got all of these responses, but what does it mean? Well, the first thing to say is that this is the first time we've done anything like this campaign, so we've learned quite a lot. One thing that we saw was that players gave a lot of reasons in the open field data that we hadn't even considered. So some of the responses in their own words were really heartfelt and amazing. And so what we wanted to do was use this data instead of the survey data to get to the heart of what gamers actually think. So we narrowed our focus to the open field data and analysed individual messages by going through and tagging them. Yes, that took about as long as you thought it would take. We found that 26% of players left an extra response, so just over a quarter of that big number. So that's after kind of removing junk and duplicates as well. So we still had quite a lot of data to play with. So these were the most represented countries in the data set. It's obviously important to note that some of these are just the largest world populations, so there will be an inevitable skew in that direction. But obviously France and Mexico sort of crop up in here, which is quite interesting. And so what we did is we took these most represented countries and we decided to begin with those and tag two things. One of them was the reasons that people gave for leaving a message in support of nature. So reasons like, oh, I do it, but I'm interested in nature because it's key to human survival, or because we have a duty to protect nature, or things like that. And then the other one was topics. So this is where people mentioned deforestation, or they mentioned animals, or they mentioned pollution in waterways, looking at all the different things that people raised as a concern, as opposed to the reasons why they care about nature. So here's what we found. In the United States, responsibility is a really, really common theme. It's this idea that humans have a kind of duty of care to look after nature. Mexico also spoke about responsibility quite frequently. And it's important to mention that sometimes responses would link in with other reasons. So, for instance, responsibility would often go hand in hand with human benefit, which you can see here in Mexico. This idea that we have a responsibility to somehow repay the planet for the things that it brings us. And we also saw a lot of spiritual references within the responsibility tag. So this idea that a kind of a creator God has made humans responsible for nature, and therefore we are responsible because that is our duty as human beings within this religious framework. So meanwhile, responses from Brazil most frequently reference the idea that humans are not above, not masters of nature, but part of it. And so protecting nature is not just a duty to the planet or to a kind of religious obligation, but also a duty to ourselves. And then, yes, in India, this was really interesting. The data set, most of the responses just said, I love nature. They didn't give much of a reason, or they would give kind of personal examples about how they engage with nature on a day-to-day basis. The same went for France. They had this kind of personal connection come in quite a lot. And again, you can see here how that personal connection tag intersects with another tag, which was intergenerational justice, the idea that we owe it to our future children to protect the planet for them. So you can see how people would introduce the fact that they have children, they have grandchildren, and they feel a sense of intergenerational justice from the personal level, as opposed to more abstractly, sometimes when people would say, oh, we need to look after the future inhabitants of the Earth. So, finally we took a look at the United Kingdom, just because we're hosting here today. And we found that the benefits nature brings to humans was the most commonly cited reason to support nature, as distinct from the things needed to survive. Players talked about peace, prosperity, but also mental health. A lot of like sort of looking at nature within the framework of what it brings to humans, as opposed to some kind of wider reason. That was the kind of reasons it provided. And then across all countries, the main topics mentioned were plants and animals. But there were also frequent references to possible solutions to the nature crisis. Sometimes people didn't say why they cared about nature or why they felt that nature should be supported, but sent like direct messages saying, you should do this. Here's an example of what you should do, which I thought was really fascinating. And we also saw the occasional reference to wealth, greed, consumerism, and also war was a very small tag, but one that did come up quite a few times. This idea of the impact of war and conflict on the natural environments of particular countries. The other thing that we saw, which was really nice, was that players expressed gratitude for the campaign. They thanked developers for their work, and they often mentioned the opportunity that it granted to share their voices, as well as simply commenting on how much fun the activations were to play. So that was a really nice little section of feedback. And we will try to get this out to all of the studios who had those nice messages. This is kind of just the preliminary data that we've seen while we're kind of analysing. So on that note, what's next for the data? Well, first, we want to review the tagging, make sure it's definitely consistent across countries. Mostly it was done by human hand, so want to make sure that there's not as much bias kind of creeping in. And it would also be really cool to try to weight it for population. So we can actually get a sense of the top countries proportional to population size, as opposed to just, here are the biggest countries in the world. And then once we've got that, we can work again to make it into an easily digestible kind of infographic or some kind of way of visualizing the data so that we can get it out to studios. And from there, we're going to kind of put our focus on next year. Unfortunately, as I say, we didn't reach our target of 100,000 responses. And so we originally stated that we were going to try to get to 100,000. And if we got to that point, we would bring this data to policymakers and kind of open up conversations with them about how we can kind of almost use this as a new form of public consultation, or how can we bridge these sorts of unorthodox connections between governments and citizens. We don't think there's quite enough data here to do that at this stage, but we think it's a really interesting first iteration, and we're quite keen to build on it again in future. So we do also think this just really confirms player interest in nature at the very base level. So we will continue to focus on nature in 2026. Specifically, we will be focusing on reefs and rainforests, which I have surely mentioned to most people in the room who are involved in the Green Game Jam at some point, but we will be talking more with you about that very soon. In future, we'll probably return to this to see what more we can do. But finally, we'd like to say a huge thank you to everybody who took part this year. This is everybody who made it to the end of the Green Game Jam, so congratulations. So thank you so much for listening to me. And now I want to hand over to our illustrious host of the awards. So please give a big hand to the wonderful Shay Thompson.
It was more that my one note to myself was, please don't trip up those steps. And if I'd done that while you were that quiet, it would have been pretty bad. In any case, a big thank you to Louisa and a warm welcome to you all to the 2025 Playing for the Planet Awards. The purpose of this afternoon's awards is to recognise green storytelling and emissions reduction, as well as recognising the studios and individuals that have demonstrated outstanding leadership and contributions to the field. Of course, acknowledging excellence through awards is a crucial part of the industry's ecosystems. There are plenty of sustainability categories in mainstream game awards, and their importance cannot be overstated. And this is no shade, but it's always like one category that they put in, and it's like before a big award, and I just feel like it needs some proper love, you know? Given that there is no one event for sustainability practitioners in the games industry, the Playing for the Planet Awards aims to provide that space. So, this afternoon's Playing for the Planet Awards is split into two sections. The first section recognises the work of the studios that have participated in the aforementioned Green Game Jam. This is an annual project developed by Playing for the Planet, in which studios and game organizations build environmentally themed content into live games with existing audiences. Since its oh-so-humble beginnings in 2020, with just 11 mobile games, the Jam has managed to reach an average of 100 million players. And I have to really emphasize that number. Maybe it's just me and I'm really impressed by numbers, but that's a lot of people. It has inspired them to think a bit more deeply about sustainability and climate change, and in the process, planted 3 million trees. After the Green Game Jam Awards, we're going to take a short break, and then we'll be back for the Playing for the Planet Awards. These awards recognise work across the games industry in storytelling, energy efficiency optimizations, as well as the efforts of studios and individuals alike. We'll also be hearing insights from 2 studios who are previous Green Game Jam Award winners, and we're delighted to wrap up the day with some brilliant insight on conservation from the London Zoological Society's Georgina Chandler. And don't forget that at the end of the day, we will have a little survey for you to fill in. It takes 2 minutes. You can do it by scanning that QR code. Please do it, because if you don't, I'm going to get in trouble, and we don't want that to happen. Of course, that's all to come, but before we get started with the awards themselves, it's important to say that we've had some brilliant judges who've spent so much of their spare time deliberating over these decisions and, basically whittling down these categories. And without you wonderful people, the awards simply wouldn't run. So a massive thank you to you all. Every year, the Jam sees the studios go above and beyond to make a difference. And in that process, I'm not going to lie, they make it harder and harder for us judges to do our jobs. And I know, speaking firsthand as a judge for the last couple of years. We also want to give a call out to future Green Game Jam winners. Like a lot of award ceremonies, you'll notice that some studios have been nominated multiple times this year, and that's because the best always rise to the top. The companies and games picked here really do showcase the very best that the Green Game Jam has to offer across a multitude of categories and metrics. We want these studios to act as inspiration for more businesses to sign up to the Jam in 2026. Including green game activations in your games is good for your players, it's good for your business, and it's good for the planet's future. I was told to say that in a different way because there is no direct correlation with it improving the planet. There you go. Sorry. I thought it was really funny, but it's not that bad. Anyway, in any case, it's fine, Louisa. It's totally fine. If you're lucky enough to win an award this afternoon, please join me on stage via these same steps. Do not trip on them. It will be very bad for you. Louisa will hand you your trophy, and then we'd love for you to say a few words. No more than 3 minutes, otherwise a big comically large hook will drag you off of stage, and I don't think we want that to happen today. Cool. And then head back to your seats via the same steps. Now that I have droned on for long enough, it's time to get started. A massive good luck to all of our nominees this afternoon, and let's begin. Our very first award is for Best Newcomer. This award recognises a studio that has implemented their very first Green Game Jam activation and successfully engaged their community to work together on activity that benefits the planet. Our judges for this award were Mathias Gredal Nørvig from SYBO, Micah Steinweller and Galina Fedilova from Wooga, and Asi Burek from Tilting Point. Without further ado, let's see who our nominees are.
And the nominees are Best Fiends by Playtika, Crossy Roads by Hipster Whale, Honor of Kings by Timmy Studio Group, Level Infinite, Tencent Games, Long Leaf Valley by Trees Please Games, and Rummy Fun and Friends, Skattreff by Game Duel.
But And let's see who our winner is. It's Crossy Road by Hipster Whale. Judges thought the winner of this award showed strong commitment and dedication to the campaign that was very impressive for a first-timer. They really thought that this activation was well integrated into the game with a really strong focus on player engagement and sentiment. Sadly, the Hipster Whale team couldn't be here with us today, but they have sent in this message.
G'day from sunny Australia, and good on you to all the studios who made a bonzer update for this year's Green Game Jam. We're Hipster Whale, the studio that made Crossy Road, and what a ripper way to end the year. This was our first ever Green Game Jam, and our first time ever doing an environmental update. And to be honest, it gave us the willies, but we thought she'll be right. We want to say a big cheers to our partners Take 3 for the Sea for this seriously silly update and trusting us to bring their positive message of reducing ocean pollution to our players. Thanks to all the other studios who went down to their local waterway to Take 3 and all our players for playing the update. Cheers, mate!
I really do have to give them a big shout out because they gave us drama, they gave us angles, they gave us different locations, choreography. It was wonderful. They're such a bunch of cuties. Right, our next award is for Best Small Studio. This award recognises a game built by a team of fewer than 20 people and has implemented a Green Game Jam activation. It recognises the efforts made by teams with fewer resources available to them by looking at its design both from a Green Game Jam perspective and whether or not the activation delivered on its stated aims. This award was judged by Gail Remay of Rwalda, James Melker from Tigertron, and Nick Walker, a game sector sustainability consultant. Let's see who our nominees are.
And the nominees are Elowin, Quest of Time by Earthwise. Imagine Earth by Serious Brothers. Longleaf Valley by Trees Please Games. And Oma, the GPS RPG by Northern Forge Studios.
Well done, of course, to all of our nominees, but our winner is Longleaf Valley by Trees Please Games. All of the judges felt that this winner beautifully integrated their activation into the existing gameplay. They enjoyed how clearly players could see the real-world impact of their actions and commented on how accessible the message of sustainability was.
Congratulations. Thank you so much. Haven't prepared any words, but yeah, just thank you so much. This is such an incredible honour for all of us at Trees Please Games. This is Laurie, who's our marketing guy and incredible. And just, we are a small team. We're literally 10 people trying to, make a game and do good for the planet. So it's really amazing to all be recognised for this award. So thank you so much.
Yeah.
Do you want to add anything?
No, my mind is blank. But thank you very much.
Thank you. Moving on to our Call to Action Award. This award is given to the activation that most clearly and effectively delivers on our 2 calls to action this year: raising money for conservation and directing players to make a pledge for nature. Our judges for this award are Susanna Pollock from Games for Change, Gautam Shah from Internet of Elephants, and Mark Stanley, a sustainability consultant. Let's see who our nominees for the Call to Action Award are.
And the nominees are Best Fiends by Playtica, Heyday by Supercell. June's Journey by Wooga. Rummy Fun and Friends, Skarptreff by Game Duel. And Shop Titans by Kabam.
Fantastic list of nominees. And our winner is June's Journey by Wooga. Judges talked about the sheer impact of this winner, both in terms of money raised and responses to the All In for Nature campaign. They were also impressed that in-game events, email, social media, YouTube, and the website all strategically came together for huge success. Congratulations.
Wow.
Yes, we would like you to make a speech. Congratulations.
Thank you so much. Wow, quite unexpected, but thank you so much. It's a great honor to accept this for the whole team in Berlin. So those who are watching, this is, guys, for you. And yeah, thank you, judges. Thank you, the players, for trusting June's Journey in this process. And yeah, my mind is also a bit blank right now, but thank you all so much.
Come on, guys, I told you in the beginning, you have all this time to make your speeches. So get the wheels churning from now. Next up, we have our Google's Choice Award, which acknowledges the best activation for design and marketability for games available on the Google Play Store. This award was judged by experts from different Google teams, so thank you to Nona Giri, Tiago Nam, and Robbie Hopkins. Let's see who our nominees are for this category.
And the nominees are Crossy Road by Hipster Whale, Heyday by Supercell, Honor of Kings by Timmy Studio Group, Level Infinite, Tencent Games, Longleaf Valley by Trees Please Games, and Love and Pies by Trail Mix Games.
Huge congratulations to all of our nominees. And let's see who our winner is. Longleaf Valley by Trees Please Games. The judges were impressed that this winner... Oh, were you not going to take it up? That's fine. I thought you were going to take another photo. The judges were impressed that this winner managed to pull off such an ambitious activation. They pointed out its clear and well-structured journey, powerful gameplay, and outstanding player sentiment. Yeah, you got to do it this time.
Yes. Try and say something more substantial. This came at a time when the team was really busy doing a heck of a lot of features at the start of this year. As I say, it's a small team, and to be recognised by Google on this was really, really cool. But yeah, big props to the team, dev team, designing team, art team, all the teams involved in games. But yeah, a big thank you to them and a big thanks to Google for that. Really appreciate it. Cheers, guys.
Yay. You know, I think that award ceremonies should be nominated for awards as well. I think we would win most efficient awards. We're not keeping your seats for too long, which, we're respectful of your time. Next up, we have the Media's Choice Award. This award celebrates the best activation that has successfully engaged their players through design, impact, and innovation, as chosen by a panel of games media experts. See that word, experts? There's a lot of weight in that. The judges for this award were Ruby Spears Unwin from Pocket Tactics, Bertie Pachis from Eurogamer, and someone called Shay Thompson. I don't know who that is. She sounds great, though. Let's see who our nominees for Media Choice are.
And the nominees are Best Themes by Playtica, Honor of Kings by Timmy Studio Group, Level Infinite, Tencent Games, June's Journey by Wooga, Klondike Adventures by Visor Games, Longleaf Valley by Trees Please Games, and Oma, the GPS RPG by Northern Forge Studios.
All of our nominees once again, but let's find out who our winner is. It's Orna, the GPS RPG by Northern Forge Studios. Our judges felt that the messaging of the activation wasn't just a one-off, but was deeply integrated into the permanent fabric of the game. All the judges, that's me, commented on how this activation showed the kind of big picture thinking that should be celebrated.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Whew. Wow, that was a big shock. First of all, thank you to everyone in the room. As a small studio, it's an honor to even just be here today with you all. You're all rock stars, so round of applause for all of you. Another big thank you, I should start off with our studio lead. Being a small studio and a live service game, time is very minimal. So to take the leap of faith into joining the Green Game Jam, this is our second year in a row. Just big thank you for taking that leap. We love it. The whole team's passionate. Our community's passionate about it. So big thank you to him for making this happen for us. Another big thank you to Louisa. It has to be said, you run an amazing program. Like, it's just such a fun part of every year now. So can't wait for the years to come and to see what innovation we can do. Our game is a GPS game, so there's a natural connection between our players and the real world to begin with. We've had players clean up their real world environment, send in videos of them doing it, and this year we sent them across the world to learn about the fate of different species, both positive and negative, and the human impact on those and how we can make change. So thank you to everyone involved in this.
I can't really follow up much more than that, but to say thank you to our players also who, got engaged. It's nothing quite as good as seeing our Discord server of 100,000 people light up when we put our Green Game Jam content out there. So we do see them engage, super engaged in this content, and they give us feedback and they seem to love it. So thanks to our players, because without them, none of this would be possible. So thanks, and thanks to all of you guys too for being a part of this wonderful initiative. Thank you.
You're welcome. What a gem of a pair of people. They're so lovely. Right, let's move on to our exciting Trailblazer Award. This award is for an extremely innovative green activation that really has that wow factor. The judges for this category look at how creative and bold the activation is, the effectiveness of its design, and are really looking for studios that have gone that extra mile to build an extraordinary activation. The judges for this category were Chloe Coudray from Strategies and Gwen Boziel from Planet on Stage. Let's see who our nominees are.
And the nominees are Game Point Bingo by Game Point, Honor of Kings by Timmy Studio Group, Level Infinite, Tencent Games, Imagine Earth by Serious Brothers, Longleaf Valley by Trees Please Games, and Love and Pies by Trail Mix Games.
There. But there can only be one winner, and that is Honor of Kings by Timmy Studio Group, Level Infinite, and Tencent Games. The judges were impressed by the multi-phase nature of this project, how bold it was in its scope. Sustainability was a deeply integral part of this project, helping players really feel the role of nature and natural ecosystems. Congratulations.
Thank you very much. I have very little to say, apart from to thank all the folks in Chengdu, China, at Timmy Studio Group for creating this content. And everyone who has been playing it and enjoying it. And hopefully we're back next year with some even better stuff to share with you. So thanks a lot, everyone. Thank you.
I'm just really glad I could say Timmy Studio Group, Level Infinite, and Tencent Games in one go. And I did it again there, so, you know. Next, we have our Players' Choice Award. This award is highly prized because it is decided by the people that really matter, yeah? And that's the players. We don't want to give them, you know. It recognises their favourite green activation. The judges, of course, for this award were the players, who this year submitted 250,000 votes for this category. Very involved, we love to see it. Let's see who our nominees for this award are.
And the nominees are Best Fiends by Playtica, Heyday by Supercell, Honor of Kings by Timmy Studio Group, Level Infinite, Tencent Games, June's Journey by Wooga, and Top 11 2025 by Nordius.
Some amazing games in our nominees list, of course, but the winner is Heyday by Supercell. Huge congratulations to Supercell, whose farming game Heyday introduced natural spaces in-game for bees to thrive and were clearly a fan favourite.
I said to Deb, we're not going to need to say any words. She said, no, you won't need to talk. So I've also not prepared any words, but let's give this a go. So very honoured to receive the award on behalf of the team. Maya, who heads up the team, everyone in Helsinki and London who's been working on the game, genuinely are really passionate about sustainability. We've got a very passionate player base that are also passionate about these things and these causes. And I think for a game which has a very large player base and as a company that has a lot of players, it's great that we've got this way to reach out and make a difference. So thank you very much for this. This will go pride of place on the award shelf. And thank you very much.
Alrighty, let's move on to the UNEP's Choice Award. 6 years ago, the UN Environment Programme recognised the huge power that games have to positively influence how millions of people think about and tackle environmental challenges. Since then, the UNEP support has been at the core of Playing for the Planet and helped drive forward the game sector's response to climate change. So, this very special award was judged by UNEP's David Jensen of the Ecosystems Division and our very own Sam Barratt of Youth and Advocacy. These judges were looking for an activation that has a deep educational impact on players. Let's see who the nominees are.
And the nominees are Best Fiends by Playtika, Crossy Road by Hipster Whale, Game Point Bingo by Game Point, Honor of Kings by Timmy Studio Group, Level Infinite, Tencent Games, and June's Journey by Wooga.
Well done, of course, to all of our nominees. But let's see who the winner is for this award. It's June's Journey by Wooga. Judges felt that this was a sophisticated campaign where the education on nature from the characters really cut through. And impressively, funds were raised for restoration while utilising social media to further reinforce the message. Well done
again. Thank you so much for this special award. It truly has been an incredible journey over the 5 years to get here and apply all the learnings and bring back the activations that were successful and innovate further every year. And I think the team in Berlin did an amazing job this year. So I'm very happy to accept this award for them. Thank you all.
And now onto our last Green Game Jam Award. Aww, that's, yeah, there we go. We still have the other awards as well. This award celebrates that secret sauce that makes the Green Game Jam so special, recognising a game and a team that lives and breathes the values of the jam. These being collaboration, working as one team, and cheering on the other studios to collectively deliver the best possible outcome. This award is judged by the two people who see firsthand every day the huge effort made by all Green Game Jam entrants. That is Lisa Pack and Louisa Keat from Playing for the Planet, just in case you weren't sure. Let's see who our nominees are.
And the nominees are Best Fiends by Playtika, Drive Ahead by Do Dreams, Just Dance 2025 by Ubisoft Paris, My Talking Hank Island by Outfit 7, and Subway Surfers by SYBO.
Some very tough competition for this award, but the winner is Subway Surfers by SYBO. SYBO was chosen as a studio that always embodies the values of the Jam. This Jam team are always extremely generous with their time, create activations that show strong teamwork within their organisation, and are always first in line to celebrate the work of the industry as a whole. Congratulations.
Thank you so much. This is also unexpected. More team members wanted to be here today. So this is a huge shout out to Celia driving the efforts on our side, all of Subway Surfers team and all the supporting functions. We love being part of this. We have been since the get-go, and we want as many studios to join. So then you can also win this prize. If you make awesome Jam Spirit, you get to hold this on stage next year. So thank you so much, everybody.
And so, that wraps up the Green Game Jam Awards for 2025. Let's give one more final round of applause to all of our nominees and, of course, our winners. There were some truly exceptional entries this year that again reached millions of players, and we hope that this can inspire even bigger and better things next year. So we're not greedy at all. I hope you have some brilliant activation ideas bubbling away in your heads that we'll see as award winners in 2026. To give you a bit more inspiration, we wanted to give you some insight into what a winning Green Game Jam activation looks like, and we're delighted to have Simona Dali Donita from Wooga to give us a deeper insight into June's journey and their huge success.
Hello? Will this work? Maybe not. Hello? Oh, it does. Perfect. Hello, everyone. So, what did June's journey do that we got 2 awards today? This one will be longer than my acceptance speech, so let's get started with that. Yeah, so I am Simona De Ludanita, product marketing consultant for Wooga, and my role this year was to lead the Green Game Jam activation for June's journey. And let me tell you about the wild adventure June's journey took this year. Now, in case you're not familiar, June's Journey is a hidden object game where players escape to the dashing 1920s to find clues, solve mysteries, and build their own stunning orchid island. In June's Journey, cohesive and vast narrative plays an important aspect, and the game has been around for already 8 years. Just last month, it celebrated its 8th-year anniversary. But why Green Game Jam and June's Journey? Well, let's say there's a bit of history. This was the 5th year of June's Journey participation in Green Game Jam. It all started smaller, with 1 event activations where 3 decorations were added to the game for players to acquire. Later, exploring challenges, combining several engagement events. And last year, we had social media contests, Seeds of Kindness, where players were asked to contribute with real-world actions. And for this year, we wanted to apply the learnings and put the focus on 3 things. First of all, game first. Players already enjoy spending their time in the game, so the team wanted to find new ways how to activate them through already existing features. Second of all, cohesive storytelling, a strong narrative that creates a meaning to engage and motivation to connect with nature. And third of all, compact education. So building that connection with nature by learning about it, but presenting those learnings in a way that still stays true to the brand. And it all started with player survey sent back in 2024, where team explored what kind of themes players would like to see in the game. Surprisingly, there was a huge demand for nature and wilderness theme, with decorations featuring animals and natural landscapes. And of course, that was a perfect opportunity to launch nature-focused set during the month of Green Game Jam. And with that, the set across the savannah inspired by East African beauty, was set to reach the players in 2025 June. With this in mind, there was a need to create a strong narrative. It all started with, first of all, exploring what are animals local to East Africa, considering their conservation status, and how and through which animals we can create a strong emotional connection with the campaign and nature overall. And with that, we brought the attention to mighty hippos, elegant giraffes, and quirky African wild dogs. Now, if you remember, a particular hippo became world famous a year ago. The team wanted to leverage that connection. That's why its fictional brother in East Africa became the main character of the story. Though there was a need for practical reason as to why June's Journey characters would be in East Africa in the first place and how to bring education into all of this. That turned into an animated story with Mr. Talbot and Professor Joe Souza, who are known to the players for their interest in all things nature. Those characters travel to East Africa to study and document mammal behavior. However, their trip takes quite an unexpected turn when they bump into a lost baby hippo. Faced with this discovery, of course, they have to change their plans and help the lost baby hippo to reunite with its family again. But how will they do that? Well, they follow the tracks, of course. And that adorable mystery kicked off 2-week community activation Nature Trails Challenge. We structured the challenge as a series of events with a community goal to foster the spirit of working together. The goal was set for the players to reach 16 million animal tracks. And participation in each challenge event contributed to the total number of animal tracks collected. Players were also motivated to reach that goal by receiving additional decoration that was inspired actually by Green Game Jam, one of the topics, Nurture Yourself with Nature. And on top of that, also, June's Journey pledged to support local trusted organizations working with nature preservation. And with that, the story starts. The characters set out on their adventure. And with this start of the adventure, the first in-game event for the challenge launches. Hippo Family here comes as a reward for finishing the event, but players could already contribute by doing smaller steps on the board. And with these events, we are also introducing something called Nature Trail Discoveries. It's through in-game mailbox, messages sent by one of the characters that explores nature facts, but with its quirky twist. So for example, this one. Did you know that hippos spend up to 16 hours submerged in water? 16 hours per day. That's quite a lot, right? Quite a good soak, isn't it? Next, characters encounter elegant giraffes. And with that, giraffes also come in as a reward for completing the second event, but players already start contributing in this themed event by making smaller tasks in the game. And here, Talbot drops another fact that giraffes can munch over 100 pounds of leaves a day, and that classifies them as mega browsers. And what did the characters encounter next is African wild dogs. African wild dogs come in the game through collaborative event club Mysteries, for which a special map was created with lots of animal decorations created throughout 8 years of June's journey. Here, detective clubs find clues, bringing the community closer to the total number of animal tracks collected. And with that, Here might be a surprising fact for you. Did you know that African wild dogs vote in their packs by sneezing? Quite an interesting one, right? So characters got to meet the animals, and not only that, but also take in the local beauty of East Africa. And with that, the last challenge event is introduced by adding 3 decorations to the game and ready for players to acquire. Those beautiful trees not only created an amazing alleys in players' islands, but also added to the total number of animal tracks collected. And with the last event also, Mr. Talbot reminded how important and vital flora is to everyone, from small bugs to big mammals. So it was quite of an adventure in the nature trails going. Characters got to meet the giraffes, African wild dogs, and overall to take in the local beauty. That, thankfully, not only eventually helped Jo's research, because she got to document it all, but also, and you probably already guessed it, to reunite the family again. This virtual journey also resulted in a real-world impact. June's journey pledged to support 800,000 square feet of wildlife habitat and plant 25,000 trees in East Africa. Thank you. But how did the team ensure that the campaign was cohesive and we had different touch points across the channels? So here's a bit of a breakdown. First of all, upon entering the game, players could see a themed loading screen where also a short educational facts were added to it. Like, for example, this one, that wildlife conservation protects all species, big and small, for Earth's biodiversity. Then once the game is loaded, players also got to see additional communication, like updates about the challenge, how is it progressing, what are the most exciting things, or also as well to sign the pledge for nature. And as already mentioned, we had nature trails discoveries, which was a new way the team found to show such facts to the wider audience. Now, social media allowed to explore longer text formats where the team could dive deeper into animal facts, the story, and that way bring even player attention more. And also at the same time, that's where we could observe what players are learning as we go, how their creativity thrives with the new decorations, and how they're taking everything in. Email served as a reminder about all the exciting events, and to signal that as a special activation, the usual template was tweaked. So sometimes a small thing can signal it's a really special activation, and that already could attract the attention. In performance marketing channels as well, adventure topic was featured and came in there. And influencers also joined in on spreading the message and inviting players to the challenge. So this was quite an adventure all the community took. And the team wanted to create a lasting memory for it all. And with that, the idea sparked of creating Jo's Travel Journal. It's a PDF journal with all things nature, diving deeper into animal facts, so it's a really special memory for the players. And this was available to download through a special page, in case also players would like to share it with their friends if they find it really, really interesting. All of this journey was a great success. And not only that, the team was showered with a lot of positive comments. Players showed their support early on about the activations and decorations. Also, after the Green Game Jam activation, we have launched a survey to diving deeper into player feedback. And we were really happy to see that 73% of the players enjoyed the activation. And most crucially, what we found really interesting is that 71% find environment-focused activations to make June's journey more enjoyable. This trust also drives tangible business results. So looking at the challenge events, and the participation rate compared to the previous period, the team saw during the Green Game Jam activation that participation rate has increased by 8% for those challenge events. On top of that, another estimation was made, which was the potential revenue coming from specifically this campaign. And after, when we looked at results, we saw that that estimate was in the end higher by 25% after the activation than estimated. So this shows that meaningful yet educational content with the focus on cohesive and holistic storytelling and campaign approach can make business impact. So to wrap up, here are a few takeaways. First one, create synergy with the game. Look at the characters that already exist in the game and features and give them new meaning for these kind of activations. Listen to community. Ask what they would like to see and what resonates with them. Third, stay true to your brand. Even when communicating environmental message, think how you can still stay true to your brand, don't change the tone of voice completely, and that way players will receive your message the best. Fourth, keep learning and iterating. Look what worked this year and where can you grow and do it better even next year. And fifth, shape it to your resources. You can start small, because even small actions can build towards a big impact over time. Thank you, everyone.
Oh, sure. Thank you. Thanks. You stopped clapping again. Oh. That was a callback. Thank you so much, Simona. We're heading to a short break now, but let's give another huge round of applause to all of our nominees and our award winners. And another reminder to all of the studios watching in the audience, please make sure that you sign up for the 2026 Green Game Jam, which will go live in June next year, and the deadline for that is mid-December. Yeah, remember that. We're going to take a short break, as I mentioned. Please be back here for 3:55. I'm allowed to say that. Thank you so much. I think they're sound now. There we go. Fourth time's a charm. Welcome back, everyone. Before we get started with the Playing for the Planet Awards, we have some more insight from another Green Game Jam winner. For you this time, we have Laura Carter, CEO and founder of Trees Please Games. We're going to do a very slow applause so that she has time. I wanted to give you time to finish.
I was literally shoveling carrot cake down my mouth then as I was being announced. Apologies in advance as well if I start having a hysterical coughing fit. I am also sick. Very rock and roll. Hello. I'm Laura Carter, founder and CEO of Trees Please Games. Here to talk a little bit about our Green Game Jam activation, talk about some of the takeaways and the learnings about how to do impact gaming effectively whilst also bringing value to players and product as well. So firstly, just a little bit about us as a team. We are a very small team, did you know? We won Best Small Studio, which was amazing. So super proud of our incredibly talented team of just 10 people who are doing a lot with a little. And we're based here in London. We're a mission-first studio, so our mission is to make games that protect nature and fight climate change. And this is really born from seeing firsthand through my own activism. So I've always been, for kind of 20-odd years or so, involved in activism and campaigning and fundraising around climate, also animal rights, and also humanitarian causes as well. And seeing, whilst that stuff is super meaningful and important, and I would encourage everybody to get involved in direct action and get out there and do activism, but also seeing that it's really tough to engage, mass market audiences or lots of people with activism. People sort of naturally tend to shy away from, hard-hitting themes. And at the time, before starting Trees Please, I was working on a game called CSR2, which had over 100 million downloads and, a huge audience of players and was making lots and lots of money. And it struck me as like, why am I out here, trying to attract audiences of maybe 50 or 100 with activism when there's an opportunity to really, go where the engagement is and really convey themes and activism and combine my passion for purpose with also my passion for gaming. So that's exactly what we do. We kind of translate player participation, time and money spent into measurable impact for planet and nature. And we are very, very proud of what we've achieved so far as a small team. As I say, over 2.5 million trees planted so far with our players on Longleaf Valley. Thank you. So before I get into about the actual activation itself, the goals that we set out with from the outset, and these very closely align with not just the goals for this activation, but really how we think about green gaming in general and everything we do in the studio when we're constantly thinking about how do we make this good for planet, player, and also obviously product performance. So firstly, really important for us that we were able to drive a measurable direct impact, and that's really that piece around translating time and money spent to actual funds and funding the important, in this case, ocean conservation work through our charity partner Sea Shepherd. And then also, in combination with that sort of tangible, direct impact piece, is about inspiring mindset shifts. And I think, if anything, this is the most important part to me that's very close to my heart, because, you can plant as many trees as you like or, protect as many ocean, animals as you like. But if you're not really tackling the root cause of these issues and really, changing hearts and minds and shifting public perception, really affecting consumer behaviour, normalising planet positive themes and ultimately affecting how people vote and act as a mass market audience, then we're always going to be up against it and sort of chasing our tails. So this piece, incredibly important as well. Thirdly, as a small studio, very important that whatever we do is really efficient. If we weren't operating within existing systems and roadmap, we simply wouldn't have been able to participate in the activation. So we knew that we had to find ways to do things really, really effectively to both make it viable, but also to be financially responsible as a studio.
And finally, to make it a win for planet, but also make it a win for players and also product performance. I think if you can design intentionally upfront in a way that is maximising, the impact for planet, but also really thinking about how do we maximise the product performance, then you've got a really healthy combination that allows you to kind of repeat this again and again and again, and it's not at a cost to the product performance. And so we as a studio are always tracking a number of different data points. We're looking at both the impact piece, the donations, of course, but also, player sentiment, engagement, retention, and obviously monetization metrics as well, to make sure that all of those pieces are really working in a sustainable, healthy way that, as I say, allows us to kind of do more of this stuff. So, the activation itself, as I mentioned on the first page, we were partnering with Sea Shepherd. For anyone who hasn't heard of Sea Shepherd, they are absolute heroes of mine. They are complete badasses of the ocean. They're literally very much like frontline direct action organisation that literally block illegal fishing vessels. They will literally track illegal whalers and protect pods of whales. They will go out there and untangle seals and critically endangered turtles that are entangled in fishing nets, and literally dredge up thousands of tons worth of discarded fishing nets from the ocean. So it's been an absolute honour to be working with them, and I've personally supported them for many years, so it's been truly amazing to work with them on this campaign. And so that piece about dredging up discarded nets, that's really what the focus of this campaign was all about. So some quite disgusting statistics coming up. But most people think that the number one cause of plastic in the oceans, what we always hear about is single-use plastic. And of course, we need to move away from single-use plastics, and there is a big problem with that in the ocean. But the number one type of plastic in the ocean that is not really being talked about is that it's actually discarded fishing nets. That makes up almost half of the plastic in our seas. And it's around between 500,000 and 1 million tonnes of discarded nets that go into the ocean every single year. So obviously that's a huge, huge devastating problem on seabeds, on coral reefs, and of course on the animals living in the ocean. And so, they'll very literally be removing these nets. And we wanted to really spotlight that story. As I say, I don't think that it's often talked about in the same way as consumer plastics are. And really to have a big part of our campaign being around narrative and telling that story to players about the impact of industrial fishing, the impact of trawler fishing, and other topics around things like bycatch, which is to do with, for anyone who doesn't know, the unintended catch. So with trawler fishing, it tends to be between 50 and 80% of the catch that is actually the unintended catch. So often critically endangered manta rays and turtles and sharks will get caught in trawler nets, and we're talking hundreds of thousands every single year that will die and just get discarded back into the ocean. And so we wanted to tell that story to players, and we worked with a really awesome communications agency and charity called Rewriting Earth to tell that story. We also had a parallel live op event that was running at the same time, seeing our main gal from game, Ash, out on the ocean, literally cutting discarded nets and freeing entangled mammals and dolphins, etc., from those nets. So really kind of bringing those ocean themes that were consistent with the Sea Shepherd piece to make that a really cohesive campaign and game. And of course, we had embedded impact in the game as well. This is really central to everything that we've done from the very outset of Trees Please, is to really think about how do we build giving and measurable impact directly into game. And this screen is a screen where the player has unlocked a donation to rescue a turtle. And the way that we did it is that as the playtime extended for the player within the event, they could unlock further donations, trying to incentivise increased retention within the event. I'm very proud to say that through this activation, we were able to fund the removal of just shy of 900 illegal fishing traps and also 50 miles of discarded fishing nets, protecting all sorts of animals, including endangered manta rays and turtles. So, sharing some of the learnings from both this event and also from other stuff that we've done across Longleaf Valley. Firstly, the importance of narrative. As I mentioned, it's something that's I think is so incredibly important, and I would just love to see as many studios as possible really leaning into this piece around storytelling, around changing hearts of mind, around normalising planet positive themes. Because as I say, if we're not tackling those root cause, we're never going to really beat the fight against climate change. And I think it really is that narrative and storytelling and theme really is that vehicle for weaving environmental messages into game and being that bridge between play and purpose. But naturally, we're all a bit conscious of, like, how do we do it in a good way? Because we don't want to make a game that feels preachy. We always hear about that, don't want wanting to be preachy, not wanting to be lectury. And people ultimately come to play games to have fun or to have, to relax or to compete or whatever. It's not generally to sort of be educated, right? Maybe for a very small number of players, but you're never going to kind of really, have success with a game at scale with that approach. So how do we do that? I was really, really inspired before starting Trees Please around a film called WALL-E, which I'm sure most of you are aware of, and just seeing how such clear and obvious themes and takeaways from that film, but delivered in such a mass market way that didn't feel too on the nose. You didn't feel like you were watching an eco film, but you were watching something that was full of heart. The backdrop is really the piece about pollution and, how we've destroyed and overconsumed on planet Earth. But the real storyline that weaves the whole way through is the love story and the friendship between Wally and Eva, the cast of funny characters of other robots that Wally meets, and of course the sort of dramatic storyline with the captain of the ship that's obviously trying to foil Wally's plans for restoring life on planet Earth. And so that was a big inspiration for us and how we think about conveying narrative in a way that doesn't feel preachy. And so in this activation, we did just that, making it dramatic and not dry, not making it feel like eco messaging. And so we would have the Sea Shepherd crew and the Longleaf Valley crew working together to rescue a whale calf from an entangled net before time runs out, and you've got these kind of illegal, evil fishing company that's trying to foil their plans and catch them and that sort of stuff. So it was all about creating compelling drama, exciting moments, tension, cliffhanger, all of those sorts of pieces that you need to tell tell great story. And finally, I think my advice is to be bold, but obviously, as I say, not preachy. And one of my sort of top tips for doing this is to use third person rather than first person. It's also something I've learned a lot from my activism over the years that we have in sort of activism school is not to, when you're speaking to people on the street, to say, did you know that, you should do more of this and you should do more of that? Even if you say it really nicely, people naturally feel, like they're being told what to do, and people have become defensive. Whereas if you present people with the facts and then let them come to like the conclusions of how they could help, people are far more likely to buy into it. And so here we have the Sea Shepherd crew telling the Longleaf Valley cast about the issues of bycatch and ghost nets, the discarded fishing nets, the number of animals that are getting caught, and the devastating, destructive force of industrial fishing. And naturally, the players are putting two and two together in terms of what, the damage that fish consumption is causing, rather than turning to the player directly and saying, fish-free Fridays, or can you reduce your fish intake, which I think naturally, unfortunately, doesn't work quite as well. So, as I said, narrative, very, very important for that sort of change management piece and really, shifting awareness and normalising these planet positive themes. But equally important is how do we make impact feel tangible and satisfying for players? And ultimately, it's about really distilling it down and quantifying what difference have they made. They want to feel like, here's how I've helped, here's the difference I've made, here's how I feel really good about the time that I'm spending in Longleaf Valley, about that purchase that I made, how it's making a difference. So whether that be quantifying a number of trees that they've planted, or the amount of CO2 that they've stored, or the number of animals they've saved, or nets that they've removed, just find a way to really distill it down to a measurable, tangible number that they can get behind that ultimately will really affect players' engagement and retention, and often spend as well in your game. Really important as well to make sure that it's credible when you're asking people to spend money or time in a game in exchange for donations. They want to know that it's real and it's legit. And certainly for us as a smaller studio, not as well known as obviously some of the bigger games in the room, particularly when we were earlier in our company and not very well known at all, we would often have players saying, is this a scam? Is this real? So really important for us that we would link out to our tree planting partners' websites, have those partners represent us on their websites, Trees Please Games, 2.5 million trees planted. And similarly here with the Sea Shepherd campaign, we would link out to them, and Sea Shepherd also posted about the Longleaf Valley collaboration on their social media. And we even had the crew on board ship posting and taking videos talking about the Longleaf Valley campaign as well, which really added to that sense of authenticity and credibility. And all of these things together, building that sense of trust, loyalty, and as I say, that engagement and retention in your game. So on the topic of partners, ocean conservation and Longleaf Valley weren't like a perfect fit originally, because our game's really about restoring and protecting a national park, so it's land-based. So we knew that to make this really feel cohesive, we were going to make content that was themed around oceans. So I think that's an important part, is to always think about, how can you make this fit within your game world? And also, your partner is more likely to then want to work with you because it feels like it fits with their brand as well. And, I think top, big charities obviously bring a lot of weight. But for us, did you know we're a small studio? Moving fast is really, really important. Like, we just can't get bogged down in massively long, slow, review and brand discussions. We need to be able to move really incredibly quickly, and that's our big superpower as a small team. And Sea Shepherd, far too busy out on the oceans, saving lives and protecting ocean ecosystems to worry about, detailed game reviews and that sort of stuff. So I think working with small to mid-sized teams often allows things to be really, really efficient. So my next top tip is about really kind of making your integration feel as seamless and natural for players as possible. I think the minute that you start trying to get players to do something in the real world, unless of course your game is, really about real world, geolocation or something like that, where it fits within your game world. But if your game, ultimately it's about keeping the action within the core loop of your game. I think the minute you start asking players to go and visit a separate website, or even go to a separate part of the game, unfortunately your participation is going to drop to much lower levels. And I think you have one of two problems if you even build something in game that's kind of a separate menu or a separate system, where if it works really well, this new system is kind of competing with your core loop over here, and may see your kind of main product metrics decline, which is obviously a massive risk. And on the flip side, if your activation works really well, then you're going to see, actually the other way around, sorry. If your activation works really well, you're going to see an impact on your core gameplay monetization, and vice versa. If it doesn't work well, then you've spent a lot of time and money trying to build something that's not worked well. And ultimately, particularly in free-to-play mobile games, reducing friction and making things really, really simple is key. So obviously you're going to want to make things kind of feel fresh and unique. So I think keeping it within that existing core loop, but ultimately, whether it's a new theme, a reskin, new characters, perhaps new items or a tweak or even a new gameplay mechanic, but keeping it really within that space will make your participation and your risk of things working much more effective. And not only are you going to make it more effective, it's also going to be far more cost efficient than having to build something new. And that is going to help you get senior stakeholder buy-in and allow you to do more and more of this stuff in terms of adding it to your roadmap. Final point is, I think the more that you can make this kind of truly sort of cross studio and have lots of different touch points, the more effective it can be. So for us, we had the, starting with the charity Sea Shepherd, we created the in-game, theme that matched with them, the separate gameplay content that I mentioned that really kind of resonated as well. Out of game, we had marketing featuring the Sea Shepherd crew. They were posting about it on their channels. And we also had this really cool comic book artist that Laurie made happen called Wow Wow Wee Wah. Really cool name. But yeah, it was really cool, and he was able to really engage his audience and drive new players to our game as well. And all of these different, many, many touch points that players could be exposed and, reinforcing and repeating the message made the campaign feel more credible and really reinforcing and strengthening all of our messaging around it. So, in summary, purpose doesn't need to be complex. And in fact, I really think that the more simple and the more that you build it into existing systems, the more effective and the higher your uptake is going to be. And combining those two pieces that I mentioned in terms of really inspiring mindset shifts and changing hearts and minds through narrative and storytelling and theme, coupled with that piece around, well, what difference has the player actually made? How are you breaking it down into real, tangible, specific, measurable impact that they can feel proud of, is really what those two pieces together work effectively. And finally, just to say, obviously, let's not stop here. For us, as I said, we're a mission-driven studio. So we're constantly thinking about how can we do this next feature or this next piece of content in a way that's good for planet and for player and product. For us, we're kind of constantly taking players on that journey. So 1 million trees planted was a massive celebration moment, 2 million trees as well. We're on our way to 3 million. And we obviously celebrate Earth Day, Ocean Day. We celebrated Veganuary, obviously the Green Game Jam. So we're constantly sort of peppering these moments to really build community, normalising these planet positive themes and really kind of trying to build a movement within our games. So thank you so much. For some reason, the notes here haven't added, but if you would like to add me on LinkedIn, that is a QR code. I would be happy to connect and always talk about these topics with people. And just finally to say a huge thank you again to Sea Shepherd for the absolute amazing and inspirational work that they do. And of course to Playing for the Planet for championing this such a critical and urgent project. And of course to the Trees Please team, who are endlessly talented and making all of this amazing work happen. But thank you all so much for listening.
After all this time, I thought you guys had learned by now. Thank you so much to Laura for that wonderful presentation. Some incredible insight there and inspiration, I hope, for you aspiring Green Game Jam entrants. Now, let's get started with the Playing for the Planet Awards. Just a reminder that these awards recognise work across the games industry in storytelling, energy efficiency optimizations, as well as the efforts carried out by organisations and individuals alike. I don't know if there were people that joined us after the break, but just in case, as a little refresher, if you come on stage via the steps, once you hear your name, you'll collect your award from Louisa, and then you'll come over here and make a little speech. And please, take your time with the speeches. You don't have to zip through them. Right. Our first award is for Breast. Oh my God. There were two things that I didn't want to happen today, and that was the second one. Thanks, guys. Beth. Oh, sure. That's what you applaud for. This award celebrates a game that is engaging, impactful, and successful in all of its aims. For this award, we looked for games that focus on themes of climate change, nature, restoration, resilience, and hope as part of their core theme or mechanic. Our judges for this award were Arnaud Fayot from Ubisoft Paris, Stefan Werning, and Joost Vervoet from Utrecht University. Let's see who our nominees are.
And the nominees are Another Crab's Treasure by Agro Crab, Citizen Sleeper 2 by Jump Over the Age, End Zone 2 by Gently Mad Studios, Synergy by Laker Studio, and The Wandering Village by Stray Fawn Studio.
Congratulations to all of our nominees, of course, but let's find out who our winner is. And the winner is Synergy. Our judges found it difficult to settle on just one winner, but ultimately were impressed with the way that this game stressed the importance of cultural history and heritage. They also thought that the narrative of this game really embodied the themes of climate resilience, and they were told very cleverly through the game's systems and beautiful visuals. Sadly, the Synergy team couldn't be with us this afternoon, but their award is making its way over to them as we speak. I just have to say, there is something about like doing one award ceremony, sitting in the front row and then like being frozen. I was sat right under the aircon. It was so cold. I feel like I've just come back to life. So welcome back to me, I suppose. Now on to our next Playing for the Planet award, this one for Best Green Tech. This award celebrates a game that has most effectively integrated and optimized energy efficiency. It recognizes the efforts that have led to a positive environmental impact without compromising player experience or gameplay fidelity. Our judges for this category were Sophie Barteau of Ubisoft Montreal and Dimitri Detsaridis of Haveli. Let's see who our nominees are.
And the nominees are Call of Duty Black Ops 6 from Activision Publishing Inc. Gaiadex from Razer. Gyros from Game Only. League of Legends and Valorant from Riot Games. And Monument Valley 3 from ustwo Games.
Very strong list of nominees again, but the winner for this award is Call of Duty Black Ops 6 from Activision. The judges were impressed with the Black Ops 6 Eco Mode developed using the Xbox Sustainability Toolkit. Not only does the Eco Mode have a meaningful effect on player power consumption, but the specific techniques it uses are applicable across match-based multiplayer titles. Yes, please. We'd love that.
You're doing a great job with all this,
Thank you.
Excellent.
Thank you.
As is tradition with everyone that's been up here so far, I haven't prepared a speech. I'm here representing Activision and the Call of Duty team. They're actually launching Black Ops 7, I think, today, so they sent me instead. I was just sitting in the audience when all of that was up, thinking, what would I say if I turned up here? And when Xbox started our journey on sustainability, and we were thinking about which game studios would we love to get involved, and first and second on the list was Call of Duty and Minecraft. And the fact that when we approached Call of Duty, they were almost more enthusiastic than we were was like a dream come true. So Rulon Raymond, if you're watching, this is for you and the Call of Duty team. And then I'll leave you with some. So maths are usually boring, but this might be some fun maths for this audience. I was thinking, since they introduced all these energy efficiency improvements in probably one of, if not the biggest game in the world, I reckon they've probably saved somewhere in the region of 50 to 100 gigawatt hours of energy per year. And if you wanted to find an equivalent for that in real world emissions, that would be the equivalent of saving approximately 100 to 200 million car miles from the road every year in terms of emissions. Just from all of the impressive optimizations they've done in COD specifically for sustainability. So yeah, this is for the Activision team, so thank you. Okay, it's a deal. Thank you.
You were right. Those were some fun numbers. Usually I'm quite opposed to them, but that was pretty interesting. Next up, we have our Champion Award. The winners of the 2025 Champion Award will serve as judges for the next year's award, which celebrates 2 individuals that have demonstrated excellent leadership within the games industry on environmental sustainability. Our judges for this category were Jude Ower of Planet Play and Jennifer Estaris of Netflix. So let's see who our nominees are for this award.
Arnaud Fayol, Joshua Aslan, Laura Carter, Mathias Gredal Nørvig and Celia Zimmermann, Min Liang Tan.
Once again, a massive well done to all of our nominees. And the winners for this award are Mathias Gredal Nørvig and Celia Zimmermann from SYBO. Our judges again commented on how close this one was, but in the end they said that SYBO's Mathias and Celia have inspired many other game studios to be brave and have shown the impact that can be generated in a number of ways, demonstrating true leadership to go above and beyond time and time again.
So I was caught off guard with the other one. So I thought in the break, if we are so lucky, I need to thank some people. Thank you so much. This means a lot. I'm actually quite touched. It's such a strong field of contestants. And I know the winners from previous years are super inspirational to me. For those of you who weren't here earlier today or listening in from abroad, for me, Pippi Longstocking is so inspirational when she says that if you're incredibly strong, you also have to be incredibly kind. And for me, what Celia and I, along the rest of the team of SYBO, and with the support from both Miniclip and Tencent with the healthy gameplay initiatives, can do is inspire as many people as possible. We want to be that wave maker. And sometimes it takes time to create those waves. How do we put as much nutrition into gameplay as possible? How do we make sure that when you do the escapism, that it's the healthy kind of escapism and not the toxic kind? How do we create communities? How do we partner up with organizations, whether it's Sea Shepherd, whether it's Ocean Blue, or all the other organizations we have been working with along the years, Playing for the Planet, Sustainable Games Alliance, Planet Play, all the others. I also want to make a shout out. So Celia has been my partner in crime for almost 7 years at SYBO. When she joined, she also brought in a lot of new perspectives. And we have been partnering, me from a more executive position. Celia came in as an intern and has now progressed up to be the head of player experience and is driving our community efforts and our customer support. She's such an inspiring woman, and I think she has a lot more potential going forward. But we also have strong people that are not listed here, Juliana, Emil, and the rest of the team working on these efforts and that keep inspiring across our studio. I would be remiss if I didn't mention Gaming for Good, the book we wrote about how games can be a force for good, and also that Jude and I managed to get Tencent's help as a strategic partner on a podcast coming called Good Game Club. Hopefully bringing as many of your voices into that podcast as well to create waves and continuously creating waves, so we get everyone that I've either championed or criticized today, get their budgets up, get their power bigger, and get more companies involved in this course. So thank you so much.
I don't know, guys, that was a pretty touching speech. The rest of you have a tough act to follow, so, you know. Next up, we have our Changemaker Award. This award recognises the collective efforts of studios in integrating eco-friendly practices, raising environmental awareness, and collaborating with others to inspire positive change within the games community. It celebrates a studio that goes above and beyond on all fronts. Judges were Claudia Candiotto from Sega Europe, Kerry Hutton, and Kerry Rizzo, who are both game sector consultants. Let's see who our nominees are.
Quest Innovations. Planet Play. Riot Games. Trees Please Games. ustwo Games.
Fantastic job again to all of our nominees. As you know, there can only be one winner. And that winner is Trees Please Games. Whilst our judges agreed that all of these nominees do amazing work, this winner stood out for its impact, entertainment value, and incorporation of sustainability in its DNA.
Thank you so much. I'm just completely blown away by the support, and this is our third award of the day, so I feel very, very greedy. But just thank you so much to everybody who's part of this incredible movement and really trying to do more for planet and nature. And thank you to all the judges for picking us. I really wasn't expecting this. And just again, a huge thank you to our incredible team who are very busy working on our new game. And so, this really is in recognition of their incredible work. So thank you to the whole team at Trees Please and everybody else. Thank you.
I really wasn't kidding about the most efficient award ceremony. It's just how it happens. But, thank you for being such a wonderful audience. I don't say that enough, so, thanks, guys. We are moving on to our final award of the evening, and this time I mean that. So can we get the... Oh, yes. Thank you. We're practicing. Fabulous. So we wanted to take a moment to introduce a special new award that we're granting this year to an organisation that is always striving to do more and go further. Their work spans across decarbonisation, player research and engagement, and we think that they truly embody the spirit of innovation that we at the Playing for the Planet Alliance love to see. So let's see who the winner of this very special award is. We'd like to grant the inaugural Innovation Award to Sony Interactive Entertainment for their work this year on player behavioural studies, as well as for Climate Station, an immersive... No, you keep coming. All of you. An immersive experience for PlayStation 5 that transforms decades of climate science into an interactive journey which players can explore for free. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Are you going to be the one to make the speech?
I'll introduce something. You've all heard a lot from me today, and our activities do involve probably hundreds of people, a few of them here today. So I'd like to hand over in particular to the team here that developed Climate Station, which is phenomenal 5-year development, and also to thank partners in the room. Also, London Zoo are here today, and they're going to take Climate Station and do some educational research with children at the zoo, where they're going to set up several stations. So work carries on, and it's a pleasure, very proud to receive this award on behalf of Sony. Thank you.
Thank you, Kieren. I'd like to say thanks to some of the key people behind Climate Station. So firstly, Ian Bickerstaff, who's been absolutely integral to the project, unfortunately can't be here today, and also to Dan Bardino and the entire development team as well, both in London and also our team in Malaysia as well. It's been a long process, really interesting, really exciting throughout, and we've been so happy with the results of the title. Got Max here from the development team as well, and then Josh from ESG as well, who's been, everyone's been so helpful. So thank you so much.
Yep. I'd like to say a big thank you to the other devs that haven't come today. It can be quite hard to step away from the AAA titles to really focus and work on something that is both passionate and we feel would have a great impact. So thank you to the people who aren't here today, the devs that aren't here today, who did step away from those bigger AAA titles to dedicate their time for a good handful of years now. So yeah, thank you for those people as well.
And also the Media Molecule team who've been working with Oxford couldn't make it today. So I also send thanks on their behalf as well, Siobhan and Gemma, who couldn't make it. Thank you.
A huge congratulations to Sony and all of our amazing winners this year at the Playing for the Planet Awards. Can we get another huge round of applause this time? Some amazing examples to inspire us all. So now we move on to our final speaker of the day, Georgina Chandler, Head of Policy and Campaigns at the London Zoological Society, who is going to talk about why nature matters and some solutions for the future.
Hello everyone. I'm going to break with tradition and say I have actually prepared. So that's good news for everybody, isn't it? I also have a clicker, which does work that way, so that's all good. So good afternoon, everyone. I'm Georgina. Is this high enough? Because I always have a problem with these. Okay, good, because last time I tried to move one, it fell off, so I'm not going to do that today. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Georgina, Head of Policy and Campaigns at ZSL, the Zoological Society of London. No, I'm not here to talk to you about Zoo Tycoon. That's my only zoo and game-related joke, so I'm out now. And today I hope to convince you that nature is fundamental to life on Earth. But listening to all of the fantastic presentations we've had today, I don't think there's much convincing needed, but I'm going to run you through it anyway and show you why it's under threat and hopefully, most importantly, what you can do about it too. First, a little bit about us, ZSL. We're an international conservation charity working at the intersection of science, nature, and people. You might know us through our 2 conservation zoos at London and Whipsnade, where we safeguard endangered species, engage millions of visitors each year, and support world-leading research. We also have the Institute of Zoology, which is our academic arm. We're home to over 100 scientists leading global biodiversity and conservation science. I'm really pleased that wild dogs got a shout out in one of the previous presentations as well. Rosie Woodrove, who works with us at the Institute, is one of the world leading experts on wild dogs. So I'm definitely going to point her in the direction of that game as well. And our conservation and policy teams, who work in over 50 countries from the tropics to the Thames, and partner with governments, communities, and other organisations to turn all of our expertise into action for the recovery of the planet. So let's start our journey here with a peatland. It's not a rainforest or a coral reef that usually makes the habitat headlines, but it holds the first clue to why nature matters so deeply. Because nature helps us regulate our climate. Tropical forests, for example, are home to 2/3 of all terrestrial biodiversity. They cool the planet, sequester vast amounts of carbon, and support the livelihoods of nearly 1.2 billion people. Here in the UK, peatlands are our rainforests, locking away more carbon than all of our forests combined. We can't tackle the climate crisis without nature. Secondly, nature also underpins our health. Many of us are aware of the benefits of nature or being outside for our mental health. But it's not just wellness advice. It's neuroscience, it's immunology, it's psychology, and pandemic prevention. COVID-19 showed us how fragile our relationship with nature has become and how much it matters when it breaks down. If you're not yet convinced, there is, of course, most people's favourite thing, which is food. I can confidently say that everybody in this room has probably eaten something today that depends on biodiversity. 2/3 of food crops rely on pollination, yet the food system is also the single biggest driver of nature loss worldwide. So we know that nature matters for climate, health, and food security. But what is the scale of the crisis? What is the problem? When we talk about biodiversity, we tend to think about the number of species, from frogs to birds to insects. But the abundance of these species matters just as much. Imagine a wildebeest migration with just a handful of animals, or a murmuration of starlings with half as many birds. It's not just numbers, it's the spectacle of life that's fading. And our understanding of baselines is shifting. The dawn chorus in the UK sounds very different to what our grandparents used to wake up to. For example, this is always used, but your car windscreen, driving on a summer evening, how eerily clean of insects it now seems compared to 10 years ago. This isn't your imagination, this is a reality. We're slowly getting used to a more and more nature-depleted world, and no longer noticing when it disappears. At ZSL, we co-produce the Living Planet Index, which tracks wildlife abundance globally. Since 1970, the average size of wildlife populations has dropped by 73%. That's the abundance that I'm talking about. Biodiversity is declining faster than at any time in human history, with 1 million species now at risk of extinction. So who's behind this crime? Ultimately, it is us. I'm going to skip the scary graphs again, because we've seen enough of those. The 5 biggest drivers or horsemen of nature loss are habitat loss, overexploitation, pollution, invasive species, and climate change. Every economic model shows we're exceeding nature's safe operating limits, our so-called planetary boundaries. And yet 44% of the global economy depends directly on the services nature provides. We're eroding the very foundation on which we stand. So the good news, and I promise there is lots of good news, we have the tools to solve this. Science and technology have always been part of our toolkit, helping us identify problems and design solutions that work. Now things are advancing faster than ever before. Advances in processor sensor data are saving millions of human person hours every year. And large language models are allowing historical and non-English language sources to be readily integrated into research, which is really groundbreaking. And this is where your world, the world of problem solving, technology, imagination, starts to intersect with ours. Let me share a few examples of how we are using technology and conservation for solutions, and hopefully it will inspire you too. So railway tracks might not be the first place you think of when it comes to wildlife, but train lines intersect with some of Britain's richest habitats, home to rare and protected species such as hedgehogs, bats, and birds. In fact, Network Rail owns the same amount of land as Birmingham, Sheffield, and Newcastle combined. Working with Network Rail and Google Cloud, we're using camera traps and acoustic sensors to monitor wildlife. The quantity of data is huge. Millions of images and sound clips, and near impossible for humans to analyse alone. But with machine learning, we can now process that data at scale, identifying species automatically and spotting trends. This technology has turned a near impossible monitoring task into actionable insight, which we're now rolling out at scale. Another example for you is the SMART network, the Circa network. So protected areas are at the cornerstone of conservation, but they often fail because they are challenging to manage. So ZSL helped create Circa, the Smart Earth Ranger Conservation Alliance, a new global alliance combining 2 of the world's leading conservation technology platforms. Circa brings together data management, training, and shared standards, helping park rangers across continents to track, report, and respond in real time. It's about empowering the people on the front lines, not with more paperwork, but with smarter tools. Finally, something we like to call CSI ecology. Timber touches all of our lives. It's in the furniture we're sitting on the floors beneath our feet. But behind every plank or table leg is a forest. And knowing where that wood was harvested is critical for protecting nature and ensuring fair and sustainable trade. So working with World Forest ID, we're building a geo-reference library of timber samples from across Cameroon and the Republic of Congo. By analysing their chemical and isotopic signatures, we can trace wood products back to their exact forest of origin. This means companies and regulators can verify supply chains and expose illegal logging. Like I said, it's a little bit CSI. But none of this would be possible without people. Those examples have emphasised how technology and data are helping us. But at the heart of conservation success is often the local people and communities who are custodians of the world's biodiversity. Nature-based solutions only work when people are part of them. In the Philippines, we're restoring mangrove forests, some of the most valuable ecosystems on Earth. Mangroves absorb carbon, protect coastlines from storms, and nurture fisheries. Half of the Philippines' mangroves have been lost. Our teams have trained more than 120 community members in restoration, surveying sites, growing seedlings, and replanting. We've replanted over 1 million mangroves on the sites of lost forests since 2007. These new habitats are now receiving protection, and the deep and practical understanding of replanting has been captured so it can be replicated and multiplied. So I hope you've had some inspiration there from some of the solutions that we're implementing as an organisation, but this now brings me to you. We know that connecting people to nature, especially young people, shapes how they value it later in life. At ZSL, we've been connecting people to nature for nearly 200 years. Yet Britain is one of the least connected nations on Earth. That research came out about 4 days ago. I think some of you might have seen it. More than 2/3 of humanity is now online. The digital world where billions of people now spend their time, learn, and build communities. That means you, as storytellers, world builders, and designers, are shaping how people imagine the natural world. Game design isn't neutral. The way you portray biodiversity as something to extract, exploit, protect, or coexist with sends a message, and I think we've seen lots of examples of that today. Through your stories, you can help people rediscover empathy for the living world. You can make people feel awe, curiosity, even stewardship, emotions that drive real-world behaviour change, and we've now got the evidence to that thanks to the presentation earlier today. My final message: nature isn't just something to protect out there. It's the living system that makes everything else possible, and it needs our help. Technology is part of the solution, and so is creativity and stories, which is all of you. The conservation movement needs partners who can reimagine what connection looks like in a digital age. And I think we've already had the shout out today for Climate Station, so we're really excited to be partnering with Sony and the team on that. Imagine if every game that reached millions of players could also help them reconnect with the living planet. That's a future worth designing for. Thank you.
A third thing I didn't want to happen today happened today, but I saved myself. And you learned about clapping me onto stage. This was a really great way to end the day, guys. Thank you. Another thank you to Georgina for that lovely presentation. And so, as you can tell by that empty podium over there, that concludes the 2025 Playing for the Planet Awards. I can't believe it. It really zipped by, like, way more than it should have. Thank you so much for being a wonderful audience, putting up with me for the last couple of hours, and a massive well done to all of our nominees and, of course, our winners. It cannot be overstated. Please don't forget to give us your feedback on the QR code that will appear on stage at some time in the very near future. Honestly, it will only take you 2 minutes, so please do give us all of your thoughts, feelings, and concerns. Hopefully there are none about today's event. I hope you've had as much of a good time as I have. I'm going to stop talking now, and I'm going to hand over to Sam to give us some final words on what has been a brilliant day.
So what I wanted to do, which is do what George did after his panels, just to summarise what I think we've heard. For those that weren't with us this morning, I think it's one of the best half days of content I've had for a while. There were some really great speakers. And the thing that Nick said at the start of the day, which is, we are the people we have been waiting for, I think is a sentence that should land with all of us, because if we look around this room, and if the people online are there as well, I do think the talent, the creativity, the thinking, the strategic chops in this room is outstanding, and it can pull a lever to make a difference if it chooses to. So we are that generation. This isn't something we hand off to our kids. The next years ahead of us are the years where we need to make the choices. Where is that whole courage calls to courage? And if we have a strong, resilient network of people who are like-minded, aligned with a mission in their minds, then we can truly go and achieve remarkable things. So the first thing I wanted to say is just, I think Nick's words this morning from Ukie really kind of landed with me, which is, we are the people we've been waiting for. And building on that, just with what we heard from Georgina, which is there's real jeopardy out there. I live with the birds that tell me the seasons. So we now have shovelers in the lake behind me. I know they're back for the winter, but I haven't seen the teal yet. I haven't seen the widgeon. I no longer see lapwings. We've lost 65% of them over the past 40 years. Our skies are quieter. And yet I heard more chiff-chaffs than I've ever heard this summer. It was remarkable. They were everywhere. And so I think for me, the power of birds and their song reminds us of the health of the planet that we share with them, and the jeopardy we have as people from the planet really makes the difference, because we are of nature. Nature isn't separate. We are part of it. And that difference and that bridge and that divide we've created, I think is something that we need to reconnect back to. Young people are spending much less time in nature than their parents did. And that shift in generations, I think, could have a consequence that we'll start to see over time. We only value nature if we are prepared to fight for it. And if we don't value it, then we'll be less prepared to fight for what's there. I also think this whole beautiful story about the sun is rising on a new energy future should give us such source of hope. There is an opportunity for a new abundance if we choose to take it. But in any transition, there is the old versus the new. The old wants to defend what it's won. The new needs to fight to take the future forward. And that tension and that jeopardy is natural as economies change and the transition takes place. We can all play our part. And I was just thinking about maybe the most unlikely botanist, which is maybe Arthur Morgan from Red Dead Redemption, who goes on his journey into the wild on his horse, thinking about how he can give back to the people he meets, but also observe such richness in that landscape that shows what is possible in the power of AAA. But I also think in this community, there are people from HR, there are CEOs, there are people from communications, there are devs, there are developers, there are art directors. This isn't a community that has one size for all to fit to. It's a size for anyone to come to, no matter what their shape. And I think the power of this is that this is not a job description. This is a choice. It isn't something you're expected to do as part of one of your core KPIs or OKRs. It's something you choose to do. And so I think what really matters for me on this is not how we turn up, but how we connect, how we work, and how everyone has a role to play. I do think there's two R's for me that really reverberate. One is around research. I thought what we heard from Stefania and from Oxford around that impact on what we choose to eat and how that can be shifted to a factor of 20% over a period of 3 weeks is really, really powerful. Games can make a difference. What we eat, how we travel, how we power our home is 75% of our own contribution to a better or more depleted planet. But also the reach numbers, I think we start to take for granted in this room. Like 1.4 billion people played the PUBG Mobile Green Game activation last year. That is the same number of people that live in the country of India, the most populated planet in the world. That's the same number of people that watch Live Aid. We did it last year in the Green Game Jam, and I think Honour of Kings probably did something very similar as well. So the reach we have through the Green Game Jam is utterly remarkable, and maybe we need to talk about that a bit more. But everything I've heard this afternoon with everything that's been presented on stage is just truly remarkable. And I think sometimes we take these things for granted and we never should. Now I want to move into this kind of thing of not saying thank you, but offering gratitude, because I think gratitude has got something slightly more profound than saying thanks, because gratitude comes with a richness that you can then take forward into the rest of your day, the rest of your week. So I just want to say gratitude for BFI to giving us a significant upgrade on the awards ceremonies we've had from the past to the present. Deb and I were joking about the cubicle experience from 2022, I think, that was great. But I think there's something about how far we've come, but also how far can we go. And I think putting together this morning of content, so we celebrate leadership, but we remind ourselves what that call to leadership looks like. And putting those two things together, I think, really matters. So BFI, thank you for having us. You have been great hosts, and I hope we've been good guests. Liquid Crimson, I really love everything you've done. It looked brilliant. So thank you for all you've offered today. Bastian, Dan upstairs, we can see you. Ross at the back, Elisa, Dean, everyone. I think you've just been rock stars. And the amount of time you put into it is probably not what Dean expects, but I'm sure he won't mind. And then the other thing is just the Playing for the Planet team. Like, Lisa Pack hasn't been on stage, but she should be on stage all through today, because what she has done to make this work is remarkable. Louisa, thank you for all you do to make the Green Game Jam happen. It wouldn't happen without you. Alex, who will be consistently backwards at coming forward, thank you for all you do. You're a massively unsung hero of this team. And also to Matt and Kerry, thank you for all you're about to do for this initiative. I also, round of applause. I just also want to just do a few things. The winners who won are amazing, but those that came second, it was really, really tight. So I just want to notice those that get silver and bronze are also winners in this. And thank you for those that applied. The applications, we chase you hard to do it. Some of you did, some of you didn't. But next year, please do apply for these things. It matters. I thought the speakers that we had were great. So just the choice of the speakers who gave their time for nothing to come and join us, I thought was super. So thank you to Maria, to Matthias, to Wolfgang, who's not here, to Ben and others. I'll probably leave it there because I'll forget other names. But thank you for coming up and joining us. And then I think people watch this online. There's about 50, 100, maybe even more. And I've had such good feedback from those who have serious FOMO from missing out, that really wanted to be here even though they couldn't. So for those online, we missed you, but we're pleased that you're there with us in spirit. The last thing I'll say is just Shay and George, you've done a great job. We should clap Shay. I'm not sure if George is here, but if he is, thank you, George. And then what I want to do is just have a public service announcement, say there are drinks upstairs for those that can still stay. I think the conversations afterwards is where magic can happen, so if you can stay, do stay. I will say for the third time, courage calls to courage, so do think about that, where that comes from. And I'll end by saying, could I ask all of those that have won something to join us on stage? Henry would like to take a photo, and to do that, we need you for that photo to be taken. So if you could come up, Louisa will tell you what to do and where to do it. And thank you very much for joining us today. We really appreciate you having us here.